Look at this. Picard's playing Marvel Snap, dude. Bro thinks he's me. So this will be my third last time playing chess before this thing ends. I guess I could play it some other day off my schedule, basically Tuesday, Wednesday. But I would rather finish it off today, although I have a long way to go. Get to 13 just because I'll have maybe more time today. So I just like to ride it out and finish it. But the problem is that usually what I do on Saturday is I play until I lose. So I guess I won't say that that's the rule, but that should be the rule. And I should just be able to do it, but that's maybe a little bit unrealistic. So I just have to put a little bit more effort. I guess I was expecting it the whole time to just be too easy. And it was never as comfortable or smooth as I thought it would be. Just the whole experience of doing this. It's not even like, oh, I think I'm better than what I am. I guess I just think other people are worse than what they are. But even that's not entirely inaccurate. They are bad too, as they should be for this rating. But just somehow I expect it to be a little worse. And I have so many correspondence games going on. He takes there. This is a pretty reasonable position. You have this. You can try to move this away, I guess. I could trade for the knight, but I guess I don't have to. And another one. I'll become the best correspondence player in the world. Can't take that. Can't take that. This is pinned. You could come here, so that could be a concern. I'll at least deal with that first. Okay, so you have to take these games very seriously, which I would like to think I've been doing lately at least. As long as we can sort of solve objectively solvable openings to the extent that at least you don't get trapped or destroyed in them, and then you just survive them and then you can just live it out. That's not too big of a deal. You can go ahead and double stack this pawn. That's no concern of mine. We're not going to let him pin it down. Pins have been one of my weaknesses in this format. You could always cover it with the bishop here if he doesn't do anything. Now, even the double attack would not be particularly meaningful, because even if you push that out, I can just do whatever I want. Or I guess what I would stop doing is I stop saying what I'm thinking or what I'm going to do. I'll just do it. I'll just talk about some random other stuff because whatever, like either it distracts me or at the very least it gives them ideas because they're clearly going to be sniping me, because that's just how this works. I'm avoiding the pin at all costs. He's avoiding the pin too, though. You could go like this, but it's going to be weird now. I guess maybe now if he takes, you take with the bishop instead, because these pawns are going to be messed up. I don't know where I'm really going with this. This will always be covered by the bishop, but you do this and then you could do this, but I don't know if I feel entirely comfortable with the pawns at that point. It would be pretty weird. I don't really have to do that. You do this anyway. Like, there are certain things that I just go for no matter what, whether I think they're good or not, just because I feel like if you were to at any point, let's just trade stuff. If you were to at any point move this, then he could take, and then he's still pushing this out, and then you would lose the queen obviously on that. You do the little knight versus knight cover. See, that already in itself is bad though, because you're maybe him giving was I sponsored by Clash of Clans? No, I was just trying it. Why would they sponsor me of all people? Yeah, you would have to think that'd be the only reason why I would play it. You know, just like on Saturday, I always play like some random game that I haven't played before. So sometimes it happens to be mobile games or something weird. Let's see. If he takes, I take. This would be fine. He was really hesitant to ever take that. I don't know where to even put the queen. I guess he could pin the other knight now, but then I could just take it. I would take, he would take, or he would take there. He could take this. It's pretty good. Oh God. I'm gonna mess up my whole structure in doing that, or maybe I don't have to. He'll attack there. I can't take it. I let this one pawn hang, seemingly. Would it be worth it to maybe go for something else? So if he was to take, I would take, but then he would also still take. If I could target something with it, that would be good, but I might just lose in that pawn. I've never in a million years thought you would play a mobile game. Or actually, I kind of do play one on a weekly series, which is a card game, PvZ Heroes. At least a mobile exclusive game. Yeah, generally not, unless you consider all the card games to be mobile-ish, because they all have mobile versions like Hearthstone or Magic and stuff like that. That was just an objective miss, and I'm playing maybe a little bit too fast in the opening, but yeah, purely mobile game. I don't even know what other good ones there are. I've always heard about that. I've heard about Raid Shadow Legends, but that might just be more as a meme. That was a weird decision for him to do that, because he could have just took that. So now I'm not sure. If I take, he'll take with the rook. Must be something even better for him here, but I guess I'll just create a threat. He's not able to take it. But so what? Like, or you could come back. He'll still be able to take there. It's a very weird way that I'm playing. Doesn't change anything with respect to the knight. It's still covered. He had a chance to win a pawn. Now he might still win it, or he'll get something out of this awkward position for sure. Trading a knight for a bishop could be good here, as could be said in almost every position ever. Now that is unfortunate, but okay, so now this will be double attacked. We'd come here, he would take, I would take. Might be a good... Oh, I'm letting too much stuff go, though. Queen d5. Or yeah, obviously that's what he did, but... I mean, it's still fine. So now we're looking at this. He would have had a chance to double take these, though. That maybe is what he should have done instead. Not playing very good, but I can still recover. Or this is going to be bad. Like, come on, man. This position is just totally busted. Why on chess.com? I was doing a series on the chess before, but just I kind of keep switching back and forth. Or like whenever I fail a challenge, I have to delete my account on one of them and then go to the other. I kind of did what I wanted to do on the chess. I got to like 1700 on what do you call it? Classical. So this is still covered. Not attacking anything with that. What if I just keep attacking his stuff? And that's kind of good because that wasn't covered anyway. But then that gives... Oh, shit. But no, we're still double covering it, so... At some point... I don't know why, though. I really gave him the idea to do that. I don't know what this position is. You sometimes get in these very uncomfortable ways where I'm still double covering it. So he would have to decide. He's got to save the bishop. Okay, that's almost doing me a favor unless there's something I'm missing. Or just unpinning my king. See, my king is very active now, but you're not necessarily super afraid of getting mated. He might have some sort of check tactic that's going to win him a piece, but it's not like... Well, here, I'll be attacking the rook anyway, so... But that could have been a mistake, too, because I might have... He might have been able to check and do something. It's only +1, so the worst case it should still be a draw, and that doesn't count as a loss. But it's not like I'm gonna abide strictly by that, but I should actually. But this seems maybe okay. Got to play super accurately from now. It's not that big of a deal. Holds down the bishop, holds down the rook. The knight could be better here, especially if you trade off the rooks in the endgame. That could be the difference because you could sort of play around it, which I already sort of am, even if not super clearly. I don't see what this would do. I don't really want to let him pin this stuff down, but everything is strategically on a dark square, though. See, that's the whole beauty of this genius level position. Not that I was really thinking about it like that, but so the bishop is almost useless here, even more useless than the knight, and I never thought I would say that. But somehow Chaturanga found a way to one-up that with respect to, you know, it has this piece called the elephant that is even worse than the bishop, or than the knight. So that you can't really cover with the thing, with the bishop. This is where the king's activity might end up helping you, just the fact that it is so. Oh wow, he still finds a way out of it. Okay. Create a double stack. Some of the stuff I'm not sure whether he'll be able to come in and attack something here or not. There's got to be something that's going to open up with the knight. That's targeted here, so you should almost leave that threat, and then you go here, and then he'll basically just keep pushing it, though, I guess. Kind of just trying to win back that one pawn. You got to find a way to involve the other rook, maybe. Knight is in a good dynamic position. It could potentially give a check there. Oh my god. Nowhere good for it to go, though. You could double stack, but I feel like it doesn't do anything too good. Can't really give a check. Can't really target anything because the king is sort of blocking out where he would normally come here. This one is by itself. That you would take, I would take, like either way. Feels like it's gonna be basically the same thing. I can't really do anything to push out the bishop though. Like I cannot move the knight, period. Look how stupid this is. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That might be the only way to let it escape from this nightmare, which is going to be... And then even from there, it doesn't have like hardly anywhere to go, man. Fuck. It's gonna be like a suicidal knight move because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And if not, then I'll be able to move it away, like finally. So I'm doing this just to acquiesce to the knight and its difficulty as a piece, not because it's actually a good move at all. Like it's possible somewhere along the line he could have just attacked the knight and it would have been trapped, but neither of us really care enough about it to let that happen. Look at how hard these people try though. Like why are you only 1200 though? It's just never what I think of when I see 1200. Check's there, I could simply take it. He'd be able to bring in the rook and check. I mean, whatever, I can deal with that. His goal would be to try to get probably the h6 pawn, I would assume. Or wait, he wasn't even trying to check there. You take this, he's threatening here. Trying to figure out... Maybe it would be worth it. I mean, his king is wide open. He's not going to be able to mate me or do anything because he has such limited... He has very limited mobility with the thing. with the whatever. Okay, so we can go here. You gotta watch the knight though. It's still gonna be a liability despite all this. For attacking the rook, he's got to deal with that. He can't give a check to get out of it. You take another pawn there. It would have been an interesting idea if this isn't here. Like you check and then you go here. But obviously he'll just take. The knight's kind of too far away to do anything. Okay, dude. He's not taking that at all. I do feel compelled to just try to get that out of there. He could check and take the pawn. Not really my number one priority to worry about right now. Oh boy. Now it's going to come down either to time or it's going to come down to... What's the other thing I always kept complaining about? Like either you're sort of losing in the opening or you're trying to compensate with time for the opening. Maybe we can push out the bishop like this, but it doesn't seem too likely. I don't know. It's hard to say where the king should be going at this point. But I do like how involved it is here. So you can't give a check, or you could give just the one dinky check there. He'll just take the pawn. He'll be +2. I could check and force a trade of the one rook, which maybe benefits me, or maybe just checking him would be better. He's kind of scared of the check. So we can give this check with impunity because it's covered. Not going to take it. Maybe force a threefold repetition. Not really, though. Goes back to there, then it just becomes a question of how do I give a check, but I really can't. Keep giving random threats, I guess. Takes, I take. Check there, doesn't give a mate still. Gotta be careful, just never move to a light square here if you can avoid it. Like, for all intents and purposes, it should still be a draw, but I just don't know. He had a chance to take maybe one other pawn, but he chose not to. That maybe could have made the difference, or we'll see. Time is the biggest factor here, which is why everybody loves this format so much. It is only fair that I should have to do it because I sort of milked classical for all it was worth. And that was a pretty good checkpoint. So clearly 1700 there equals 1200 here. Although, I mean, maybe if I put the same amount of effort and time into classical here, 30 minutes, which is technically the same shared rating between 10 minutes, then it might have some other meaning to it. Give a check. And then if he attacks it, I can always do like that maybe. Is not to do it. I think it's a wise idea to do that because there's only going to be so much left that he can do now. There's one pawn that definitely stands out as the weak link, or now there's going to be two. Gonna be a difference of that one dinky pawn. Maybe if I can clear out this side though, I'd be in good shape. It's just going to be hard to deal with that one. Keep giving checks, but eventually I'll just be able to take that outright. There's just certain aspects of chess that are just so boring, not the least of which is the endgame, or especially the opening, but that's just under the implication that it's... Well, we would check there anyway. And then we could maybe raise the pawn. It's arguably a bad thing to do because... Okay. Even if I blame time pressure, I shouldn't have let it happen like that. Because of the simple fact that you know, you should let it come down to the very last second. So I guess I should already stop, and I probably should. Just in principle, at least this one I want to do. Maybe in the future I won't have time to do the other ones, but this is very strange to me. The point is, if it is a longer format, every game would be a draw, because that's really what it comes down to. Either time or some mistake made because of time, or some other consideration of that in the opening that you don't have enough time to really think about it. Even here, he's almost low enough where he could screw it up, despite how good he seems to be. But he won't. Well, I mean, my time is so limited that it's really, that's where I actually lose a lot of respect for the whole thing. No matter what you do with chess, it's like you gotta just expect it's like the one thing you do. Not even like the one game you play, but like the one hobby you have in life. Just like do it all the fucking time. And then it's measured by how far you get, sure. That's fine. But this assumption that, like, you know, it's not only is it not a good innate measurement of something, it's the opposite, because you'd have to study for such a goddamn long amount of time that so many people would just be like, screw it, I don't even care. Orpheon? This isn't even, or is this the one you start? This almost feels like it's not from the first game. What is Orpheon? It's supposed to be, I don't remember the song at all. Okay, let's see. If I lose more than one, maybe I should stop, or whatever. I should have some very strong. Now look how unfair this matchup is, but I'll still probably lose somehow. But that's what these people do probably, is they play a lot of bullet and stuff, so they end up being really fast. Just in general, so that ends up being their biggest asset. Good pin, but I don't know whether you should always take it that quickly or not. There's sort of an eagerness to just play quickly in the beginning, or it almost feels like bad taste not to. Like, why are you taking 10 minutes on the opening, or 2-3 minutes on the opening? But sometimes you do better like that. If I was to go here, he comes up, then I could take, he could take, I could still take, he could still take. I feel like this is the right move to do there. You could do this, but then he can keep going. You don't really have to trade, though, is the idea, right? You go like that, and then this is anchoring that pawn, so it's worth it. Look how overly hyper aggressive he's playing. If he raises this, I could raise this. If he raises this, I could raise this. The big detriment to that is the pawn itself, or I mean the knight itself. That's kind of how you play around the kingside pawn pushes, to my understanding at least, is just to sort of ignore them and sort of make sure that you can push pawns, like try to push your pawns instead of trying to take theirs. Don't let them open a particular file. So even as awkward as this looks, this is technically correct in certain lines at least, or in certain games, just because the bishop is going to be there. So this is almost the meaning of having the bishop there, as much as it seems useless a lot of the time. You got to move the bishop away, so that is an expert defensive structure to just try to survive the early game. I don't even think I played that bad the last game, but a couple of mistakes at the end, or yeah, it might have still been a draw despite him having the one pawn on the other side, but it's coming down to either the difference of a single pawn or some mistake made at the end there, both of which were kind of stupid. I don't know whether I should try to push at this. Like, logically speaking, you should, but I also get very comfortable with these sort of pawn structures that I don't really like to otherwise. You just need some freebie games where you're able to, you know, like even last time a couple of people blundered their queens, even at this mighty 1200 threshold, which those were 1200s. Like, almost like they get worse, but they're closer to the provisional cutoff, so they're newer accounts that haven't lost for as long a period of time. If he does that, there should be no threat posed to me as a result of doing that. So you try to attack him this way. Kind of makes sense. We're already attacking that. See if there's something maybe a little bit more obvious here. Come here, just gotta watch these long diagonals of the bishop and stuff. I like how that's such a big issue for people. Like, oh my goodness, the long diagonal. Like, the board is only 8 fucking squares. It shouldn't be that big of a deal for you, but I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take the queen at the end. So take, take, take. If I take, it could be like the same sort of idea. So I almost just shouldn't take. But if I don't take, it could be a problem too, because I mean, I don't know. I could take, he could take, and then I could just move somewhere. Going here doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but actually maybe it does, because the principle of this whole game is he's trying to attack me in a very stupid way. And so you can just kind of keep ignoring it and just keep pushing past him. So now if he does trade that, that's opening his king for what it's worth. I wouldn't have thought to really do that, but... And now if he also doesn't take, that could turn into a passed pawn. But again, at this level, you're going to have a lot of hard time actually using that effectively. You are sort of letting your queen get unleashed into being attacked by the rook, but it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. You could just move away. Attacking the knight as well. You could check here, and then if he takes, then I take, then he can't take. I don't know how good this really is to do, but... Oh, it could be actually pretty good. Or not really, though, because he'll still do that. If we were to pose this trade, but see, then it becomes too messy, because then he would take, but then I would take, but then this wouldn't be able to stay there to be able to do the fork, so it's just too convoluted. I could just do it to take this period. You go ahead, you take, I take back. You could take the pawn on a7. Maybe you could have played that better to preserve the fork capability, but... Or no, you can't actually take a7, never mind. That light square bishop is no longer pinned, we just gotta watch it. His queen is eyeing the f8 rook, but that only becomes relevant if I move the other one for some reason. He's setting up to double attack the knight into a very potentially scary threat. Which is one of those things, like if you don't address it, then you could just end up losing on the spot too. How else could he stay in that diagonal while still not trading? And it's pretty hard to do that. I'd be fine with the queen trade. He's deciding not to do it. Gonna do a whole threefold repetition here, I bet. Which doesn't mean that you're good players. It just means you're evenly matched or evenly bad. Probably try to incorporate the knight and actually do something with it. Rook attacking the bishop seems kind of awkward, like it doesn't really serve a purpose now. It was doing a good job with the pin earlier, but now that's just a simple oversight. Speaking of not being able to see long diagonals, this is what I mean. Like, give me an easy win like that once in a while, even though it still took a while to get there. Pretty amazing that you would miss that, considering like he played pretty good the rest of the game. Pretty solid. That's just way too simple of an oversight. That was even a great move. That simple escape of the... That's the blunder. That's a good move. That's a great move. So all these were pretty good things. You're supposed to take there. Oh, because it's the same idea of the mate. So like if you take, then obviously I would just mate you. Like you could just ignore it, but... Okay, so that maybe makes up, like, what did I start at? I started at 12:25, so I'm at 12:24. Just got to go on a good streak. Gonna have to be another 14-hour thing of chess. Can't do anything with the knight. The biggest concern would be the pin, and the reason why is because, you know, you'd be double attacking. You could force to open the king. Cover that. I could cover this. I'm just watching for that moment where he might do that. You're going to decline the ability to do knight covers knight at this point. Now, you could totally go for that, but then you'll lose this. Or actually, you won't lose it, though. See, normally, you would have to do that. Cover that first. Now, I'm going to get greedy for this, which might be all part of his plan. And so now no matter where he goes, you could still, you know, pose a threat that would allow you to do that. He could kind of do the same thing, though. I'm kind of trying to be hesitant to actually explain my moves. I feel like that was legitimately happening. Where, like, whatever I would say they should do, they end up doing. Which sometimes is a bad thing, too, because I don't really know what I'm doing. But, you know, I actually, that's the ultimate sign of weakness. I even encourage it. Like, sure, you can snipe me because, first of all, I suck. And second of all, you shouldn't need to. Or I should be good enough to deal with whatever it is that I'm suggesting. If I can see it, you should see it too. But they don't seem to really need any extra help. Comes there, I could easily take it. I can't decide whether that would be good or not. It would double stack the pawn. So we would have 2 double stacked pawns. I can't imagine that's a good thing for him. But he doesn't seem to really mind it. At least my center pawns are definitely better than his. It's a weird flex. Now the goal is to get the other bishop involved. So just, you have room for the light square bishop. Very hard to keep these diagonals open, though, which is why, even as much as I love bishops, there are times where it's just not always the best to keep both of them and stuff like that. Yeah, I can't imagine that this exact structure is good at all, but somehow good players turn double stacks into something good anyway. Yeah, let's not say the thing that, oh, I sure hope he does this thing. And then he'll totally know that I'm baiting him into it. So if he takes, I should let him take, because then it doesn't undouble him. Right, that's a good enough incentive right there. King's Knight, McConnell defense. He has that simple threat here with the bishop. There might be a reason to even go here, but I can't think of what it is, so... In this sort of position, you should feel he's relatively secure because there's only so much he can do. Like, a lot of his pieces are just too far away. Now, should I push this out, and should I try to use the rook and something to... First, you should try to figure out what he's doing, but I can't really see what this is going to be. This does also stop the knight from going there, I guess, so... We have a bishop pair, but the structure isn't exactly optimal for it, because even though he has these ugly double-stacked pawns, it is a case where you're able to not really get rid of this one very easily. If you were to take, he can easily take back. What does that still do? That seems like such an empty threat. There's nothing close enough to make that do anything. You can block off even this diagonal. But then the knight could come in. I mean, you should almost just bait the queen trade at this point and trust that I would be in a good enough spot. But if you were to keep going with this, you block the diagonal. I don't know. This is one of those ill-advised trades. Like, you don't have to do it, but it always pushes his queen back if he chooses not to do it. Yeah, that was a good pawn move for multiple reasons. Just the fact that you're trying to get it out there, potentially block the diagonal, you block the knight from coming in. Now the problem is the knight could come in if I do that. Now I wouldn't dare to try to trade queens because then it'll double stack, or I can't even really do it. As much as I would like to do that, I almost can't do it. I go here, he goes there. This is where I sort of tunnel vision on an idea too much. Yeah, I would generally recommend at this level you should just try to trade when you have the chance to trade, unless somehow it really doesn't seem to benefit you. But now there's nowhere that the knight can go, just period. So why should it even matter? Now, how would you use this exactly to attack the king? Like, you're just trying to get that pawn to open one way or another. And Pizan, or just... Okay. Tough, because I can't really figure out... You probably would go like this, and then he's forced to take, and then I could, like, double take or something. But then you'd be able to take there... His queen almost seems restricted a bit in its capabilities here. The knight can't go anywhere, whether the queen is there or not. The big thing here is the bishop. I can't really figure out exactly... Can't figure out exactly how to do this. Like, you would want to cover this guy, right? And that would allow you to... That would allow you to then move the pawn there, which I don't know whether that's really worth doing or not. You come here, there's nothing that he can necessarily take. Even though I'm a little bit down on time, it won't matter if I actually do something here, but what you really need that sort of messes up my experience of chess is just... You need the ability to actually attack and do these cheap little threats, because otherwise I can't. That's what probably carries people through. You have to play so aggressively at this level because it's so hard otherwise to get anywhere with it. Now this will be fine because that one pawn in question is covered, but again, I don't know whether that's the most credible threat in the world, but it also covers where he's potentially attacking that way too. I don't know exactly how to incorporate this now. I wasn't expecting him to do that. So if I take here, he takes back, then I can't take. I kind of don't want to take there. I mean, that's kind of an important anchor pawn either way. Kind of confused a little bit by that move, but it's okay. I don't think he's moved his bishop really the whole game. Everything is adequately covered. It's just a question of, would I be able to double take here? And the answer comes down to what his next move is going to be. takes there. I could take with the obviously the bishop. Be interesting to see whether he decides to take here or not. So none of what he's doing is doing anything, just to be clear. This is like when I try to play aggressively or do something. He has no plan. He has no idea what he's doing. There's no theory to this. There's nothing. He's just doing nothing, basically. Even if we're undoubling, I guess it's okay. Now I'm just in a trade mindset. So that does allow him to undouble. But now, if I'm not mistaken, I should get something out of this finally, or he's just not going to let me. Or no, it should be the same result then, because now you're attacking the queen, so you might even be able to save the. You might even be able to save the thing, the other bishop too. That's not covered, but in the act of doing this trade, now you just win the bishop, or you get a pawn too. Now that should be the difference in the game. So it was totally self-inflicted and very accurate to what I was saying. Like, he's just not really doing anything. Now it's important to still not mess this up. He'll just move the thing, and then I don't know whether that's even worth it or not. Right, like, I don't know. This is a very weird position. Kind of, he's used this to hold down certain threats that would force him to commit covers here with the rooks, which is not something usually that I would like to do either. Whenever you have these weird split pawns or double stacked pawns. Now, I don't entirely know what to do with the light her bishop either. It's very unsatisfying even to win like that, because he just made a stupid mistake that I'm sure he would say the same thing about. Like, of course he could have seen it. He didn't need to do what he was doing. There's no rhyme or reason behind it. You don't want to win just by attrition or by that. You want it to be something deeper, but then you're not good enough to see that, I guess, either. That you really do have to take because it's pinned into the rook. Now it comes down to a simple idea of using the rooks. Just period in the game. If he comes here, though, I don't see why that benefits me. Like, this seems like an imposing structure, but it maybe is not so good. Let's try to just take the open file, see what he's gonna do. A little bit low on time, but it should still be relatively comfortable. I don't know. That just seems good. Like, even if we bait a trade out, we should be in good shape. You gotta watch the dark squares. It's kind of hard for me to target too many of these pieces, though. Targeting there, I definitely have to cover, or now I made a mistake. I can only single cover it, thereby giving up this. Which one is really more valuable? Let's just ignore that completely and go for this instead. So now you feel pressure to move that or to take it. Hard to say what you should do. I mean, that's probably better. Let's see. Just ignore everything and just double stack, so then you let him have his pick. But if I could choose which one to really let him take, it might be the other one, but then I'm giving him pass pawn. I mean, I don't know. Does seem weird. That was just a bad sequence of moves where I'm kind of letting him, I don't know, like, I don't know what I was doing with the rook there, putting it on the 7th row. You could check here, and then you only have that one spot to go to. I mean, we could target this. He could give a check. He could attack the bishop. This is where it's just going to start to get really annoying. Whether I can even protect this is going to be a big question, too, going forward. We could try to double attack this. And so the big threat here is on that bishop pawn. But the good thing with it is the bishop alone can cover even against both rooks, because you're not going to trade down for it. So pushing there, I don't know whether I should do that or not. You know, what's worked for me so well the whole... Oh, I'm too low on time. What's worked for me so well the whole game is just pushing pawns when in doubt. I get kind of too comfortable then when I do take my time, and then it becomes a problem. So now guess what? I won't be able to convert because I just am too slow. I play best when I just forget about the clock, period. Try to go for this. Just watch the bishop. He might target the bishop. I'll move it down to the back rank. Maybe get covered like that. He can't do anything with the pawn there. This pawn is fine. Okay. He takes, I take. Take the other one that's not going to double stack anything. Give the check. Take the pawn. Try to promote very quickly. If you can trade anything off, that would be beautiful as well. Just go here. You're also able to trade. Lets him take the pawn, but it would be worth it. I just have to start pushing these very aggressively. He attacks the bishop there, so therefore, I don't know what that means, but it's fine. Yes, we could have taken checked, I guess. Taken check. Go here. He can take the other pawn. Something like that. Try to get behind it, I guess, so he can't really do a whole lot. Shouldn't be that hard to promote here, honestly. Go like this. Go like this. Keep pushing it. Is the king really going to be able to stop this? I'd be pretty amazed if he was able to. No, the fact that it's covered by the thing too makes it so hard to do that, but how do I get him to move though? Or no, I could go around, I guess, because of the simple fact that it's covered by the bishop. So now you go here. Whether you take or not, it's good shape. The king shouldn't really be able to keep up. 21 seconds, he's going to have to sack it, or he can just take it, I guess. Okay. Okay. I mean, just make it as annoying as possible, dude. Just do it, man. You're so... Whatever, dude. Nice, fun, interactive game. I don't care. Like, you can never beat me, but you can just piss me off. So that's the moral victory, I guess. That's the game of chess. You just draw every single game I ever play. Like, why even bother? Still gaining rating even from draws, so I'll just get 100 draws instead. Like, when am I losing to something legitimate that isn't time, that isn't something stupid like that? Or just not getting a draw? Like, it's so idiotic. Like, if you're actually better, I don't mind. That's fine. But none of these people are. Okay, can I just do this? Gotta be a little bit faster. It's just very stupid. I just won't even talk. He takes, it's fine. We just gotta watch the pin coming up. He did technically let me take there, but somehow something maybe goes wrong with it with respect to the queen. Like, if he's gonna leave it here for a long period of time, I'm just not confident in whether doing that is good or not. But he seems sort of oblivious. So I would love an easy win like that. I'll win by an opening trap, even though I'm not going for opening traps. It's just kind of hard to you do the 6 for 6, which I'm not really opposed to doing. But again, that's just a pure trade greed sort of idea. You have to be aggressive but not greedy somehow. Does that, I could keep going and it's a passed pawn, but the question is whether that really is going to be worth it or not. I guess it is worth it just for the pleasure of harassing the knight. Playing very weird, but you know, that doesn't mean that it's bad. Go ahead, bring this out. Goes there to try to stop it. So all I would have to do, we can at least take a pawn. I could give a check. Also attacking that same pawn. Take it there. If he moves the knight, I could take a queen. I'm threatening the other knight. I'm threatening the bishop. Should be okay. Sometimes the overly active queen can be a bit of a downfall too. Be hilarious if he actually just gave up the queen here, thinking that it's covered on the back rank, which has happened to me a number of times too. You're attacking there, which is pretty good. There's some other check or something I can do. I could go like this, maybe block the thing. Technically is a legitimate play to make. But no, he could just double attack into it. You could just go back. You don't really have to do anything. Or you could do it like this, but that could open up some threat later, but I don't really see what it's going to be. We're threatening so many things at once. You got to just kind of push the attack, right? We're threatening an uncovered knight, which is also covering the bishop. So if he does move it, he goes there, which is nice and cute, but I'm not really too convinced by it. The real intent was to try to save this, but that seems very difficult to do. You can't take. Like, unless he brings the light square bishop or a knight, it's never going to be effective. So I shouldn't necessarily be too worried about that, but I'm sort of pushing the threat with the queen a bit too much. He covers it. It should lead to me still being able to take the knight, but maybe not. For now, it's just this clean double take. Or no, it's not, because of the other sneaky knight. Just understanding how knights work in general. Okay, dude. Definitely the most tilting piece in the game when you consider both aspects of it. Just the fact that, you know, whether it's your own knight or theirs or whatever, I keep forgetting that that's even... Well, I should have known that leaving the queen there, but you have to remember it's just all entirely self-inflicted. You didn't have to do that at all. Okay. You still come back, or you can somehow pull a draw out of it, or you could think he's just completely a moron and let you do that. So this is why you don't resign. Never resign, because the game of chess is for clowns, and bigger clowns than you exist in the world. So just don't even play the game, dude. Yeah, what a fun, satisfying, amazing moment. I'll clip it, I'll upload it, I'll get 1,000,000 views for that. Wow. What a guy, what a great game. So fun, so instructive. Thumbs up. But I guess you can't really complain when you do have still 7 minutes left. At least my tilt comes from I play well, I take my time, and then I decide to whatever. I just don't have enough time. So he sees the mate threat, but he doesn't see the fact that the queen is covering the thing. So the old bait gambit where you blunder your queen and they blunder their queen because they would never expect you to blunder their queen, and he just did it too fast. Like, whatever, I'll take it, but I shouldn't be putting myself in these positions constantly, but I just can't help it. Like, what was I even trying to do there? Just trying to trade for the sake of trading. Blackburn Shilling Gambit. I mean, he has every right to be upset, but I mean, you only have yourself to blame, as do I. So like, I don't feel good about this game at all, but I'll still take it. We just need like another 20 of those and we'll be fine. More like another 10 of them, depending on the rating, whatever, how much we're getting from it. I mean, you don't expect it, but I do appreciate it. I just can't believe it. These miracles where you have to keep cheating death. The point is, this whole game was just stupid by me. There's no need to do that. The 6 for 6 is fine though. You have the fort capability, but it wasn't trying to go for that. And then as soon as the queen comes there, you have to be a little bit careful. There's a blunder, but what exactly do you have to do the blunder? Or like, what it really means is the fact that you're letting him do this. You're letting him do that. Oh no, but you're doing the same take check. So that ended up being, he didn't see it then and he didn't see it later. I mean, that might be the best move only because you're in such a horrible spot anyway. This is some kind of, why do some of these sound different? Like it's a remix. I don't remember hearing that little part there. Why do these all seem different? Okay, let's see how far we can go. I'd like to just do it today. If I have time, or I don't know that I'll have time. That'll be the stupidest reason to lose, but I've had 2 months, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal, really. So some of these games we've been getting away with a lot of stuff, which is fine. Like, I'll take those wins too, but I wanted to just feel a little more consistent, which I have a lot of trouble doing. Or no, I guess this is a different thing. This is just like a bait song. The approach before the approach. This isn't the one I actually want. So here we can just leave it. And what I almost like to do is don't play in such a way that you allow any sort of pin idea. And if you do that, you should be in good shape. You even have the knight covers knight capability, perhaps. But here, maybe I'm a bit too eager to do that sometimes, considering how much I revere bishops, but couldn't I have actually... No, I can't do anything there. Like, it's not like you're not going to take unless he somehow wants to take with the pawn, which seems kind of bizarre to me. Almost like you want to do this and just sort of makes this position up. This becomes an interesting dynamic though too. Sometimes these pawn structures are not as self-explanatory as you might think. What could be sometimes more annoying is if they go there and just sort of sit there. This is the thing, like, of what little I've even studied or what I know, I certainly don't know pawn structures to such an extent that, like, what you should even be trying to do here, like at least keeping one anchor, some sort of consistent color structure, but like, I don't know. He's not really doing anything, but this allows you to like push here with impunity because no matter what he takes with, but maybe not even. But you want to try to suck a center pawn out with an outer pawn. I go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But if he stops somewhere along the line, it can mess up my pawns. Like take, 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 and then just don't take. Then he would be down a pawn, right? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know about this, but he's first of all threatening to double take there. So maybe the king could come in. As weird of a play as that seems, like I'm just sort of mirroring. Black mirrors white is sometimes a good fundamental thing, especially in the opening. But at this stage, you're kind of in a position where, okay, if he keeps going, I keep going, whatever. We can do our typical thing. You just don't want this to get threatened necessarily. Where do I even put it, though? I want to just do something with these pawns, but I can't decide what. So I'm going to put it in a very weird spot where it's not going to have much impact. You go like that, and you should be in beautiful shape. Now, even if you check, I can push the king back. So, you know, I've had more interest in studying these defensive reactive things. I have more faith in that than actually trying to attack. Because it's not that, oh, these players are so good that they won't fall for easy attacks. There just aren't really easy attacks in chess, period. A lot of the time, it does take a bit more effort. You can take a center pawn with an outer pawn. Then he can take back, and then I guess I could keep going. You're obviously going to take with a pawn. If I take again, he takes again. But he could take with anything else. See, he could take with something else, and then I wouldn't... This seems like a weird structure blocking even my own diagonal, but it's okay, I guess. Next there, which doesn't really matter. Or I could even do this, which is sort of weird. And maybe it feels like it's leaving my king too open, but I almost can't resist. It just kind of looks cool. What? He did that so quickly without hesitation. So we can leave it here. You can give a check with the queen, for example, but it doesn't necessarily do anything right away. Looking at the knight moves, looking at that, like it's not that big of a deal. Can't really get in there very comfortably. I'm looking at a knight potential play to try to do that, but it could be very difficult. So this bishop might seem useless, but it actually has a certain significance here. Okay, it's definitely going to be the knight. So if I can just equalize with my own knight, that would be nice. But it could be difficult to do that. You could probably try to finish developing too, but I can't resist the trade opportunity. Like at the very least, he has to go back, if I'm not mistaken. He would have to go back, okay. And then from there, you come here. From there, you come here. You're threatening, you're threatening. It still doesn't scare me too much, but I could be making a big mistake. Try to get rid of as many attackers as I can here. You take back with the knight. You could take my bishop. You could take my bishop. And that's bad. Okay, so if I let him take my bishop, then no, but I could take with this. If I take with the king, then you could check and then take potentially something. And so you got to take with the rook. Because now you can't do that nasty little check there. Like, how does he know? Like, what if I was going to fall for something there? He's just doing it so fast. So that pawn is very disconcerting, but you better just finish your development before it's too late. At least that's a move specifically designed to stop the queen from coming in. So the trading capability now is a little bit worse than it would be otherwise. What is the purpose of that move? That move seems weird. He's going to double stack there, I guess. Not entirely sure. You go ahead, you double stack, you try to check, you try to take the queen. You go here. But now you can't even get that check at all. I don't get it. Comes there, at least I can give some checks before anything else. Give a check. I wouldn't be able to take anything per se. If I give a check here, you wouldn't even be able to block, so maybe I can figure something out better. Is there a way that I could maybe end up checking into taking a rook? And the answer is pretty compelling. Like wherever you go, I can give checks. You can't block anything. Not like a big deal, but... 4 minutes, that's my only potential disadvantage, which has cost me quite a few of these. If it wasn't for that, I'd say I'd already be there, but then somehow if you play in 30-minute mode, they'll start playing like gods too, so it evens itself out, I guess. Like, some of the mistakes that they're making is because of time too, even if they're not actually using time in such a way that... I don't know. Well, this might be better actually than I realized, because like, if he goes there, I could just take it for free. If he goes there, I could check it and then... Or I could take it, then check it, then take it. So I had that one idea on the left side, but I didn't think of the other aspect of it. Now let's see what these estimations of our level are. 13 versus 15. I mean, at least that's more appropriate that a 1200 would play at a 13 level. Was that a brilliant move? I don't really see why, though. Or whatever, at least he didn't take advantage of it. He didn't understand the meaning of his own brilliance there. Or, you know, the best brilliant moves would be to come back in such... Yeah, see, I saw that line in my head, and we see it in the analysis, but you don't actually get to see it in the game. It's like the World Chess Championship caliber stuff. Like, you never actually see the way a game ends. It'll either be a draw or it'll be a... It'll either be, yeah, that's what I call elevator music. It'll be a draw or it'll just be a resignation. Okay, let's just play smart, play safe. We're going to have to start playing like people above 1300 and stuff, so it's going to get harder, but shouldn't get that much worse. You have to play a very clean, solid opening, which I sometimes don't do. You sometimes play it too fast. And that can be difficult. I've held off on stopping the pin in such a way that that could be certainly a problem. This becomes a little bit confusing as to how exactly you're meant to approach it. For the simple fact that... You know, you can't do this. He would take, I would take, he would still take. I just don't know exactly how to arrange the pawns then. It's almost like this makes a little bit more sense for that. So both of our bishops are fine. The one pawn move I definitely have to make is h3 here. Any move I make is going to bait that anyway. If I like attack the knight, try to remove the cover, then he'll go pawn to d6. Or now he just lets me take it. Period. So that's good. Now there's no downside even because he can't pin it down to the king with the queen and do stuff like that. But he does it in such a confident way that now should I do the 6 for 6 is the big question. And I don't really know actually whether that's worth it or not. Generally it's not good, but it's almost the sort of thing that might suit me. Just how like queenside castling is supposedly not good, but I would always do that too. Or that was horrible. I should have just done it. Okay, okay. Now, that wasn't guaranteed at all, just to be clear. That was not guaranteed, and what did I keep talking about? Was the pin. Oh my god. Okay, we'd still be in good shape. It's still okay, but it's just such a needless thing. Oh boy. Now you should turn the bad thing into a good thing by look at the open file half full rather than half empty. Just you can put your rook there, you can do other stuff and try to actually take advantage. Not that I'm competent at attacking at all. That is such a consistent theme that whenever I'm up material, you know, I'll still win a lot of those games, but I won't necessarily use it the right way. Like I'll leave it somehow in doubt, or it'll be like, I don't know, there'll be some reservation about it. Like I won't do it as well as I could. It'll take me too long. I'll play it safe. And here I'm just not. Okay. I don't like this position at all. I just hate it. Absolutely disgusting position. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be pinned to something. I'm going to lose my queen at some point. I just can't do it. He raised the pawn. I have to move the bishop. He takes. I can still take back. I obviously can't take right now, though. If he takes, I can easily take. If he takes, I can't. I could take. If he takes, I could take. So it's a lot of baits based around a pawn taken to take the queen. So I could have done it there. Even if he takes, I could do it here. Like there's a lot of little tricks there, but it won't work on me. And so I don't know what I'm doing though. Take with the knight. I take with the knight. Move the king. Queen can't come in any further though. Still, I don't entirely see what that move does. Right, doesn't add still another attacker on there. I don't know if I really have another way to cover that though. I could double stack here. Bringing the rook to the G file at some point could be good here, but it could take a probably century to do that. Very awkward pawn structure, and it was all born of my mistake of like allowing the pin. I mean, it's amazing how that one simple thing can ruin the whole game, and it's such a basic thing that it's like. And I even had the chance to do the 6 for 6, so that would have been one of those scenarios where it was actually worth it to do that. You trade the knight and the bishop for the rook. That way there wouldn't have been anything to pin down by simply going back. So we could do a threefold repetition scenario here if this is really what he wants. The basic easy threat, although I almost just gave up a couple pawns here. Okay, he's going to bring in the rook. And I don't know exactly where he's still going with it, though. Or wait, what, couldn't he just sack? Like, take. No, but I still take. Let's just see what I can do. This is not a very comfortable position. Even though you're +1, just look at my king. It looks so ugly and weird, and that much of a difference is going to not matter too much in a lot of these high-level games that we're clearly playing against very experienced, very skilled players, supposedly. After all this time and effort, we'll still get a majority of draws. I feel like my style of play leads to more draws than you would expect to see normally at this level. That's more of a trope of the high level stuff, but it's just because you play in such a defensive sort of way that it leads to very stale games. You just trade stuff off. It's just very stagnant. So even now, I still don't really feel too sure about this. I find that my threats work a lot better when I don't say what they are. It's almost like I've been playing an even more rigged game than I thought I was. Yeah, this whole experience has been weird. It's not what I thought it would be, I guess. But maybe I'm just worse than I thought. What would you even do here? You would just... Even if you move the king, it's going to lead to some sort of a... But no, you know what? I won't say what to do. I'm just a lowly moron, 1,200 players. So what do I know? That almost looks like it's setting up for some sort of unleash, but it's really not. Because what if you do like this? Or I mean, you could just take that straight out. Couldn't you just take it? You take back. I wouldn't be able to take back. Like whatever you do is not going to be a check. So because it's not a check, I can afford to do, you know, I could take, check, unleash. An interesting move, even if he goes here, then like we could pin, but then he could take. Can't move that other pawn. We could take the knight. I could still take, uncover, and then I could still take, but the problem is then the queen would still hang. Interesting move. Let's see. You don't have the unleash capability then as a result, so maybe you should just take that. So you're obviously going to take there with the knight. Then that's setting up for... It's pretty good, actually. You're setting up for that sort of mate, which could be harder to stop then. Maybe I'll just deal with that. Or now I'm just going to end up losing that other thing anyway, though. Or it still wouldn't even necessarily be made, but that probably wasn't the best decision to make. Let's see what we got. I squandered my material advantage, but maybe my position's a little better now because his king is all messed up, but that's why it'll end in a draw, as I predicted. It just feels like both players can play in such a style that they're kind of resigning themselves to that idea. Like, oh, we'll just play safe, and then if something good happens, so be it. So either it'll be a draw because both people will just play safe, or it'll be a win for somebody because somebody blunders. So nobody's really winning. Did they win that game, or did you guys lose that game? The Russell Westbrook moment. What's this dude talking about? Like, it feels like they lose it more than anybody wins it, whether that be me as well. I have to be careful. My king is in a very weird, undesirable spot, to be sure. But then again, his has been opened in a certain way, too. only +1, so it's not the end of the world, but whatever that sequence was really weird. He gave up the ability to take because the pawn was pinned, and then, you know, all this stuff happens. I probably should have just took and checked, but I was thinking I could take and then... Okay, this threat is annoying for sure. We could do it like this. Nothing really that's being double attacked or anything crazy. Okay, that was just a free pawn. That's fair enough. Okay, I might just give up right now. I can't do it. I mean, I'm winning these games, but I just can't stay interested. I gotta either play 30-minute games where I can really take my time and not worry about it, or I gotta play bullet. So just forget it. The next challenge will be fucking bullet chess. That's the best excuse for chess ever. It's like it's just too boring. It's just too repetitive. There's too much shit in the end game like that too. Like, this is at least the most interesting part of the game, but I still... It just kind of drags out, and that almost doesn't matter as far as the time control because... What? Oh. It doesn't matter because of the time control, because it's just the nature of how the game plays out. Although these aren't exactly very high-quality games. Like, what is it? Just the pin, right? I let myself get pinned, so I may as well just resign right there, because what a fun thing that I say a million times, so I'll just do that every time now. Don't let him do that. Really just trash. It's like you're at the point now where, like, okay, just start studying and just do whatever, become a professional player, because it might not seem like that's relevant or appropriate now, but that's the next step. Like, what else are you gonna do? I mean, it takes a long time obviously to do that, but at least now there even is no pin possibility. It's just, you might think, oh, free pawn, but then he would like pin it down. I don't know to what extent that's really valuable. I don't like anywhere for this to go, but there's just like some moves I'm super patient, and some moves I just get kind of fed up, so I don't have any sort of consistency. Here, if he pushes, I could double take, or I couldn't. These knights are in a very weird spot. It might actually be beneficial to somehow do it this way, where you just put one where the king is, and then the other one's just going to sit there the rest of the game, probably. Queen comes in, so we're going to see some simple threat like with that. I don't know whether the knights could really help too much with that. Or whatever. Either one of those would have been fine. So now this one's going to be hard to get to move at all. If you go here, he could simply move up. And then I could take, but then I can't take because of the bishop. This pawn structure is already immediately annoying. And again, the knights just serve to absolutely just do nothing but piss you off. That could be maybe a bad, I don't know. Pawn structures are too complicated at this point. Like, that's probably not a good thing to allow, but maybe it is. Who knows? I'm kind of blocking my own structure here. It's just like there's all these rules, but you can't follow them all the time. But this generally seems like a bad position to be in. It's sometimes okay with respect to the pawns, because it's like, as black, you just assume that white's going to have that control. Perfectly balanced game, by the way. So perfectly balanced that every player has to play as the objectively advantaged color in a set of games for it to be fair, which is not how these sites work. So clearly that's why I do so badly. Because even if I win every game as white, it's like you're not getting a proper set. You'd have a best of 3 where both players get, well, whatever, best of 5, best of 12, like in the World Championship. I mean, those are the kind of breaks that you got to really look for, but you know, some of these games are just unacceptable. Like the last game I'm winning it all the way throughout. I don't know what. Can't take there. The biggest advantage he might have is with respect to these pawns. Just somehow they're very they're just very annoying. Exactly what that does. I might just do this now. Like, I'm getting so annoyed by these pawns, I just can't deal with it. Like, normally that's just the diagonal for the king, so you at least solve that. You can certainly take it. Good way to actually engage the queen again. Now you have a position where the other pawn is very hard to protect as well. Do we turn that into a positive thing somehow? Even though I blocked my own light square bishop pretty masterfully. Hard mode challenge. Try to sabotage one of your pieces, but I always do that with the knight, but that's just the nature of how the piece works. You sabotage it by simply using it. You have the ability to take. You can't do it. You could take here. I don't see what the knight move does, actually. This guy gave up his one bishop maybe a little bit too easily. These kind of games, you just have to make sure you win, which I often am not doing. Whether it be I just got to go faster. Okay, whatever that is not going to lead to anything. You can just tell. Can't even check. You can't even do anything. I don't care if it's some sort of engine line, Magnus Carlsen level sequence. I don't care. There's nothing there. He's just throwing the game. Now the big thing here is just, oh, that would be kind of cute too. Well, it's so cute that he's probably even thinking the same thing. He would give the check and then be able to take the queen, or wait a second. I think I kind of get what he's up to. Just because this light square diagonal is so annoying that you would be in a pretty tough spot there. You just have to figure a way, how do you save the king in such a way that, you know, even if you lose a knight or something because of it, it's fine. It's just, he would give the check, I would block. You'd also pin down the knight to the queen itself. Yeah, this light square diagonal is definitely problematic. And I could be talking about either one because I'm such a clown and I messed up the positioning of my own. He gives the check, I block. Simple plays. The king obviously can't move there. It's still a scary spot to be in, but I don't know. I just gotta do this quickly somehow. I'd be willing to even do this, like, if I'm so worried about the position. I don't know. I should just block that diagonal, first of all, so that shuts down a lot of the threat. Right, just close off that. Whatever he does with that rook should not be too big of a deal. Maybe his goal is, like, he'll pin this pawn down so I can't take if he takes. Now, maybe I'll be able to use my light square bishop, but I just am not. There's almost a moment of panic there where you think, oh no, now you block the cover so he could take, but that pawn is obviously the savior. Moment of panic when I realize his piece set is nicer than mine. Like how fucking Paul Allen's apartment is nicer than mine. What is he doing with that? I don't understand. He's not letting me at any point take here on F2. I can't tell whether I do better if I don't talk, like, just period, because it distracts me maybe, or maybe just it is a sniping issue, but either one, it seems better this fight. Now you get a fork, but it's sort of a fake fork because you have the pin idea, and so it's not really that good. Right, like you would do it, he would go there, then I would do it, he would do it, I would do it, he would do it. So we'd be losing the knight on top of everything else is the problem with it. I don't know. Light square bishop is kind of just in the way at this point too. At least his light square bishop is sort of out of it a little bit. He's not really double attacking anything for now. Coming in there and immediately does do a double attack. So the problem is just if he does that. That is pinned. He'd come here, but then he would do it like this. Just got to use a little bit of calculation. Even if you do mess something up, it's fine a little bit, but you go here, he pins it down, he could double take, but whatever he pins it down, I'll be able to move and it'll still be fine. This is covered by the knight and the rook, even without the queen being there, so it doesn't matter, right? Like, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, check, I can escape because the light square diagonal is knocked off. I'm giving up this double stack, but I'm not. You take the open file. He could just keep going back and forth if he really wants to, but so he would take with the bishop. I take. He takes back. I take back. Yeah, the queen didn't even have to be there. But you can move the queen in, try to engage that, double attack something. That Turkey where they even changed the spelling on here. Unless Turkey officially changed it like some other way, but it should be reasonably okay. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Can't take, or I should have just done with the rook to just bait the trade again. Gives a check, but it shouldn't matter. That's the thing. It really shouldn't make any difference at all. Right, there might have been something more dangerous if that light square diagonal stuck around, but Weird how he just refuses to move the queen for so long, though. Worst case there is you could just trap the knight, but you know, it's fine. Still not really seeing what what it could be here. Where we could trade a rook. Even if he moves that pawn up, like, what is it really gonna do? Take with the knight, I don't really have to. Just looking at the queen coming there, that's the only idea in this whole position. And we should have a good little capability here. You should just be able to mate. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mating sequence actually for him earlier, but it would have just been too hard to see, I guess. Just like, I like how exact those measurements are. Like, that must be pretty solidly based on something. So it's saying like, oh, you played like a 1600, you would get banned if you played like a 2200 or something. Because even as much as you have ups and downs, I have some really good games, really bad games. I rarely ever have gotten over 2,000 there, right? Like, it's very hard to do that. The black is winning like crazy, but it still looks like a scary position. Yeah, some of these games are just so uncomfortable. They keep doing weird stuff that's like, I don't know. They're not really sacking pieces, but they keep creating these weird pawn structures for me. But I am the defensive ace. So many chess nicknames that are just funny, like the Human Calculator or Permadeath Petrosian, which at that point I swear I didn't even know really who Petrosian was. But like, I love how I went through most of my life even enjoying chess or whatever, but I never really knew who Garry Kasparov was. Now you could say that's because, you know, oh well, it's because whatever, you live in the West, like the United States or whatever, but if you lived in Russia, I'm sure you would have heard of him. But I do feel like there's a certain standard of people just find Bobby Fischer more interesting, and he becomes more ubiquitous with the game because of some of the drama around him, or because of the sort of the meteoric rise and fall, or whatever you want to call it. So people find that more interesting, not saying he's even better. Like it's like Michael Jordan versus Kareem. Kareem did it for longer. He's arguably better or just as great, but, or now people say that with LeBron, but because of all the hype and stuff around Jordan, he somehow gets way more attention. Yeah, like everybody knew who Bobby Fischer was, but nobody knew who Kasparov was. It's not like, oh, Kasparov's some niche player. Like, he's obviously arguably the best ever, so it's not, doesn't make a ton of sense, really. But sometimes it's not even that somebody's overrated, it's just that other people get underrated somehow. Whether that be because, whatever, it's often media hype. Like, that happens a lot in sports. Wilt Chamberlain never got the media hype that some of these modern players get, so people act like, you know, they just kind of try to pass over him. This is weird because, okay, that's not even pinned to anything. This would at least succeed in double stacking the pawn for all intents and purposes. So now, doesn't this look like a bad pawn structure, but somehow it just doesn't matter? Sometimes I'm just too slow to develop pieces. Like, I'd want to get my perfect little ideal V-shaped pawn structure here and then do it. This is the perfect kind of game for it because you're going to have the one diagonal to commit to. That's why I don't understand sometimes. Let's say I have a bishop pair and I have this pawn structure. How am I supposed to use the other bishop? This one goes here and it's fine. What am I doing with the light square bishop? It would have to be on the other side of the board, basically. Or you're supposed to do it like this, and then one bishop there, and then this, and the other bishop there, which we sometimes see that, but it's just not so much my style, as much as I do very much respect the piece, unlike certain other ones. you have the open file, there's no reason to really give it up, and you won't be forced to give it up because unless the rook comes over, you should be fine. There's gonna be some weird nuanced pawn play here though that's gonna mess me up. So he takes, I take. He comes there, I can simply take. There must be some other setting or something, or I need like a hardcore gaming mouse to be able to do the arrows. How do they do them so fast? I think my mouse is just getting old, maybe. Forget about being able to move that fast, even just being able to, or think that fast. I can't even draw arrows that fast. Take, 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 take. So he could raise the pawn, stop the bishop from being effective, but somehow it'll still be fine later. Or he raised it exactly the wrong way, arguably. I would take, he would take, I could still take. I don't see what the downside of it really is. You should always second guess yourself and take a little bit longer. Sometimes it's just, people do that a lot in the openings, but they do it a lot just in general too. Just somehow they decide to just like go with the first option of what they see. They should take with the knight actually, because I like what we're presenting here, and that's the ability to potentially trade for the queen. Not that you're really winning anything, but to me that is still a net positive. Just any trade is a good trade, except I've been proven so many times why that's obviously not the case. You could just move it. It's not like it's a big deal. He can just sense my bloodlust for the trade, which isn't how you should play as white and isn't how you should play with an advantage. But sometimes people do. There's sort of some opposite interpretation with that. You're up by like +5, so you should trade everything and then whatever, liquidate your advantage of whatever the +5 is, and then you'll win. But also people would say, if you're +5, you should try to go for the kill and just try to mate them. Why would you try to trade your queen? So you could justify it either way, which is a little bit weird actually. Now that's such a good move because take and then take back, so I can't open the king for whatever that's worth. So it almost makes me not want to trade, but it's not like I have to take that. Or now he ruins his own good move, because now you will be able to open that. Okay, so now we got to be careful though. Go here. Actually, could be a bit of a tricky move because this pawn is so hard to cover. If you come here, he can come there. If you come here, he can just double take. If you come there, no, there, then I guess it's fine because you'll be threatening that as well. Always these good flex moments with I beat Metroid Prime on highest difficulty with 1 energy tank to this music. You think I can't beat you? Like fucking Quercus Alba's music, the cross-examination. Okay, what do we got? We could try to trade this, which I almost don't even want to do. The bishops could be better here when you have obviously both of them. Maybe this isn't as under threat as I would have thought, but you don't really want to lose the rook. That's the thing. You could pin it down. Like, I feel uncomfortable with this bishop coming in. So let's just try to stop that from happening. Even though the knight's on the back ring and that seems like a bad idea, it's still okay. Just that cover is kind of good. I was sort of underestimating it. Yeah, he could still have an advantage because of the bishop pair. He could actually be +2 maybe because of that. Or plus, wait, what is it supposed to equate to? It's supposed to be like 8 instead of 6. So he'd be like +1. All that sort of subliminal evaluation. There's a lot of tricky tests like, are you really winning in this position even though you're +4 or +2 or something? Even if it's not super obvious, like you're not about to get mated, but they have some nuanced little thing they can do that doesn't show up in just being up or down material. We were having this discussion, like, what do you call the place where you put all your pieces? Like, the best people can come up with is capture pile, but it's not like a graveyard like in card games or something else. Nobody ever really calls it by a name. It's not a discard pile. It's not a graveyard. It doesn't really have a very catchy sounding name. We got to ask Hikaru, since he's the prognosticator of the take. That is such a catchy word to say for it, instead of saying kill or something, or capture. That just sounds awkward. But yeah, that's like the pacifist version of chess. You're not killing the pieces. You're just the 4Kids censored version. You're just you're just capturing them and holding them as a prisoner of war and whatever until you kill their king, and then they'll be fine. I don't want to trade the thing, but I can't figure out what to do otherwise. Seems like such a bad idea to do it. I want to trade one of them is the point. But what if I do like that? I mean, here he could go there. Like, there's always something annoying that you can do. But here he can't really threaten anything too well. So, like, let's let him try to come up with something. His pawns aren't really as good as mine, so what was the purpose of this move now? This move was if he came there, then we could block him from stopping me from covering, I guess. So maybe now it's fine. Yeah, I badly want to trade the knight for one of the bishops. Then I would be okay trading the rook, because then the knight can carry you in the endgame, although arguably this isn't the best one to trade for then, but I'd be relatively comfortable with that. The attack's there. At the best, let him take that. Which, again, I could just go back to where I was. Kind of an awkward, annoying position. You go here, he takes, I take. I see some other kind of weird threat, but I don't care right now. Worst thing you should be able to do is cover up, but he's not going to win something. It's just awkward to play with the knights like this. I can always vouch for having one, but you never want two. Whereas with bishops, you would love to have two, but sometimes it's difficult. Okay, dude. Yeah, I totally saw that too. I just didn't know. But now you can't even do it, because you would have had to take the knight first, maybe, for that to work. I mean, I'll trade whatever off that I have to do. The thing is, you're double covered on there by the knights, too. So, I mean, how much are you really going to push this threat? Like, I almost just want to go for it, but I feel like I would regret it. Or it's horrible, because then he would take, I would take, he would still take. So why would I even do that? If he comes to here, I could take and get a passed pawn. Like, why would he even want to do that? So this double knight cover on the pawn is very odd that it's even a factor. But it could be a good use of them for now. But yeah, you never really hear about that, even at high level play. Like, maybe there's some instances, but you normally want like a single octopus knight, or you want a bishop pair. You don't want like two knights working together, because they typically just don't. There's no synergy, there's nothing. Like, this is very awkward to do and not typically something you want to do. So now if I was to do this, you would be able to now take. And then you should arguably be able to win. Or now, okay. You see how I do this with trades though, like, you should win. Like, as much as I hate the knight, you should win because, oh, okay. You know, in most scenarios, I would have been right, but the problem is that I just didn't think to look at what a horrible position it was for that. Wow. That might be the worst case scenario you could ever have for it, because of the simple fact that everything's on a light square, so. Can I double attack it is the big question, and it's very difficult to do that. I could clean the, yeah, that is just a throw, man. I think I'm so sick of this. I'm winning most of these games, like I can't lose, but I just want to oversimplify. There's no way you can lose that game, but I'm just too lazy to do it, I guess. Okay, you can't do anything because if you attack the king... Oh, God. You're going to turn into somehow a promotion. At least now you're targeting both, so even if you want to do some cheeky check, I'll still take it. But no, in a general sense, the knight could be better. It's just you have to have a little more awareness of the color of your pawns and things like that. The one time I tried to do the knight a favor and actually say it's a good piece, this is what it does to me, but I'll at least take blame for it. It's not the knight's fault for once. So you might just flag the guy. Yeah, we just let him eat up like a million pawns because the knight was just completely helpless. You go ahead, take this bad boy, and you should easily be able to figure out a way to deal with this. Right, so it's just the other side that's concerning. Thing is, you end up in these positions where you know, you'll basically be in a spot that I don't know. You're basically playing for a draw, but it's going to be hard to still do. If you're doing that, I could double attack it as well. And so now it just becomes a question of whether... Okay, he'd be scared to move it, I think, away from that because... because of the simple fact that... I don't know what's going on. Can't move it anymore is kind of the thing, right? He would have to target the knight, keep going back and forth. We could get a threefold repetition unless he's confident enough he can win, which you wouldn't think he should necessarily be able to. So now, if you attack that, it just becomes a question of the knight itself. Just, he'd have to push out the knight, which might be pretty hard to actually stop from happening because... you know, you try to come there, recovered a little bit. So the bishop is very effective here. At least we're displaying that the bishop is better than the knight, even in endgames, but that's not necessarily true. It's just... It's almost like this isn't needed as much there. It could be a bait play, but like you can only single attack that. You can't even move that. It could be that if I take... It depends what he does here. He won't move it. So I would take, you would go there, then I would come back, then you're too far. I'd have to stop it with the king, which I could still do, but that might be too much of an overcommit. So it's almost like, as tempting as that is, I shouldn't actually take it. Or he's going to just burn his clock, so... Yeah, as long as we have this knight inching towards here, we should be in good shape. You would only really lose to the fact that the king has to move at the end. even if you sack this, you'd be like, you know, you can't target these, so you just wouldn't be able to stay there. 45 seconds. He's definitely coming up with a brilliant level move. Yeah, you don't know whether you should be scared if he's taking a long time, or you should feel encouraged because, or we could just even body block for it, which he can't even push it out necessarily. So what are you gonna do? Taking there, I think, would have been a stupid idea though, because it might be that the knight's too far, and then the king's gonna have to do too much to do that. So if I was to take the bishop here, I would probably still lose. So I don't necessarily want to do that. Right, unless I get to double take or something. Yeah, see, you could say he's winning, but is he really going to come up with the way to do that? The knight still doesn't let me down, despite my utter clown behavior. You could go ahead, give a check, it doesn't matter. Or maybe he will try to bait a threefold repetition. As long as you're effectively covering in such a way that okay, so what? He'll get me to sack it for it or something? I don't know. These are at least different positions that he's doing. It won't even be insufficient material because you would have to trade in a way for the pawns. There's no way you're gonna do anything, dude. Yeah, is that really deserving? Because that'll be like some new rule that they eventually institute. Oh, look at that, losing despite far lower accuracy and everything. You should just get faster. Like, if you knew, if it's implied that you wouldn't have won, then like so clearly, like yes, it's not insufficient material, but it basically is, because you would have never been able to do anything with that. Right, that some salty GM is going to somehow make that a rule one day. Just like, oh, well, the valuation is so, if it's below like 3/4, minus 20 something, then you still lose, or it's still a draw. Or like in Chaturanga, what would happen is a stalemate would be a win somehow for the person that gets stalemated. It rubs it in your face even more than, you know, just the moral victory. It becomes an actual victory. What are we at? 48. I'd like to push this. I mean, I don't want it to come down to the last minute, which it already basically is. But I also don't feel too confident about how I'm playing. The big mistake in that game was just the realization that, generally speaking, this is sometimes where mediocre new players get tripped up. Is like you follow all these rules, like, oh, double stacked pawns are typically bad. But then the one time you go for it, oh, I'll trade so he gets a double stacked pawn, then it's a good instance of it because, oh, it's in the center. Or this is that one time where it's actually a good thing. So there's no absolutes in chess. There's always exceptions and variations. So that was the one end game where the bishop wasn't better, or no, where the bishop was better than the knight. Just because everything was so perfectly on those squares. And you could see that pretty easily too. Because as soon as you did it, as soon as you're about to do it, then he's going to win a pawn. So you didn't have to do that at all. So if I look before that, I should have been in a pretty good shape. Although not necessarily winning, but that's a question mark. That's a miss. You're supposed to attack there. Like, none of this matters. None of this is going to cost you. Going for the trade is a blunder. But again, is it really a blunder because of how much I want to go for them? Like, just my whole mindset and style of play is a blunder, I guess. Like, sometimes I know it's not good, but I can't help but do it. It just, some of these positions annoy me so much, I have to do it. Irritable, that's a good one. So we got to stop the pin. That's the number one priority of my whole life right now because it's so just so annoying sometimes to deal with that. So it's always worth it. You do the H3, A3. I would always do something with A4 that people would say is so bad and you should never do it. Because I guess you're supposed to go there, but it's also dependent on the position that you never know. right? Maybe it's good, maybe in some rare cases, but generally speaking, it's not. Like, this is a trade I would often do, but it doesn't double stack the pawns. Even if it does, maybe that's not such a bad pawn to have double stacked. There's nothing really posed by that as a threat. It just feels like, oh, you're giving them kind of an octopus knight, but you're not, because you're basically still able to push it out, or you can obviously trade for it. Looks like you should go here. You would think some of these things would carry me just because I played a certain amount, that certain things should just be instinctive, but either I don't learn my lesson, or I try to do fancy things, or something just feels weird. Like, is this a good move to do or not? I normally don't do it. You're also allowing yourself to be, you know, unleashed into, so you shouldn't do it. But if he takes, then I take, then he takes, then I take. So, like, that could be acceptable to do. But yeah, that's what a lot of people do at this level to calculate. They'll see a variation, but they won't see all the variations, or, you know, like, maybe what I said is correct and good, but what if he does something else? That doesn't seem bad because he lost the center pawn and I didn't. So even this nuanced level of pawn play should not be lost on 1200s. Or, I mean, I still don't have a center pawn, but it just looks maybe better. Hacking there so you can sort of unleash into that idea means I should basically just cover that in some way. That I can't really do. You do this, then it's putting the rook in a very awkward, tough position. You could do anything he wants with the knight. You just cover this bad boy. I can't really do it comfortably with the thing, but this would also allow him to take there. So maybe you go here. As long as you cover that, it's fine. I would like to have moved the rook there, but I really just couldn't do that. So you got this little cheeky bishop threat. That's fine. But further in, and that also allows you to move this dark square pawn. Going there just seems kind of weird. Maybe there'll be something though, like where the knight can then do something. Like, you could still sack it, I could still take it, and then you sack it, I take it, I'm there. Then you go here, but it's not a check or anything. And the knight's still gonna be there. At some point I would have liked to have traded for this guy, but you would think maybe I could have just taken there at some point, but whatever he's doing is posing a immediate threat, so I don't know what the point of that was. Now I should be able to do it for sure. Whatever, I can't say that you're not going to just take a free pawn, because that will be the difference in the game somehow in this level, which I always am shocked by. I would always used to say, like, wow, this is like a GM level game because of that. It's coming down to like one pawn, or it's coming down to like a super specific, very, very, you could almost do a move like that, which is kind of weird, but you know, having the rook above the pawns like that is not often the best idea. So he'd raise it and he'd be double attacking there. I don't know what, I mean, it actually seems like an appropriate time maybe to make a move like that, as weird as it is. Takes, I could easily take back. His bishop is not really engaged too well. Now that's covered. You're not able to do anything here, even regardless. Now, if you move this, you're also pinned. So we've got a lot of good things going on here. But something could still mess up. There's no way that you can even give a check. Some sort of unleashed check. So now what if I just... we could double attack it here. And then you got to cover it. And you cover it with the pawn. And it seems like a reasonable way to do both. But again, or no, you can't actually cover it with the pawn because I'll just take. So that could be a very strong idea there. He's threatening to take the rook itself. And if he takes here, I take. He can't take. I should take with this instead. Actually, that is a pretty good move. Shouldn't it be the same thing back to square one? Like, how much of this can you really do here? Yeah, I might miss the threat now. If I take, he takes, but I still take, but he still takes. If I take, but if I take, then he'll take, but then I'll still take. But then I'll still threaten, take. Like, I almost want to do this, because, like, what is going to change about the position? Nothing has changed. You're attacking the queen again. You're still double attacking. It's still going to be pinned. It might not be pinned next time, but by then it shouldn't matter. Like, how many... If you attack the rook, then I could just take the thing anyway. The knight. So, and I mean, you wouldn't even do that still. This is an advanced mid-game thing. I would take, you would take, wait a second. I don't know what happened. To turn this somehow into a mating threat, but somehow I went from potentially winning something to just nothing. Yeah, see, this is sometimes what it takes to do it at a next level thing. It's not enough to, well, you just can't do it though. The point is I kind of botched it. I can't even go there. I don't get it, man. You could try to take here. Take with this, but then that's not covered. I should just do this instead. I'm sure there was a bigger, better threat there where you could have actually just took something. I just don't know exactly what it was. So you probably should take, because if you don't, then we have yet another attacker on the thing. If you just like move away on F7. I maybe thought he was going to go to like C7 with the bishop and try to, you know, double attack the knight. Yeah, somehow that didn't work out as well as I thought it would. This is covered. We can bring out the other rook. His development still is not perfect. Although it kind of was, but then he chose to go back. So now you could either go here. You could bring the rook. You go here. I don't see what the downside is still. Should be fine. If the king was there. No, but you can still take with that. The old blunder your queen on purpose to bait them to give up a piece or something, which almost did work. Because again, you give them enough credit that you wouldn't think they would do that necessarily. I mean, 12 is still good enough to get through, I would hope, but maybe not the best. Okay, let's just take a minute. I can't play these games too much back to back, but I was trying to do a thing where like I would study in between them. At least you can study from them, but I just whatever. Like some of the positions are so specific that's kind of demoralizing to try to do, right? Like, oh yeah, just study for 20 years on every little nuance of that one game before you actually understand it. We're at the 50 mark. Maybe I could use this as a checkpoint, but I should really just try to do this. Have to not get tilted by some of these positions so much that you sort of give up. That can sometimes be the response, right? But yeah, like what if it, since it's totally random, you could be white like every game, or you could get like on a super lucky streak like that, because white does clearly have an objective advantage. You could do this as like a bait play, so that if he takes, oh god, there'll be some sort of reason why this isn't good, but I'm doing it. At least now you could threaten as if to double take. You could take with the pawn, that'd be awkward. Let's just double take everything. I mean, even that already double stacks the pawn, where he arguably didn't have to do that, but that's a good way to shut down some stuff as black, just to sort of calm down the position. If he was going to attack, he didn't seem, it's hard to judge that quickly, but now that looks scary, but how does the knight attack that square? That's the thing. It doesn't seem possible actually for it to do that. Or rather, you'd be better off putting it there. You could still do certain things about it. Don't have that dark square bishop, so this exact threat is what I mean by, or he'll just move it up in the most basic banal sort of way. What would be the best way to deal with this? Just if you were to move up, then you could always go like this. If you were to do this, he could still go there, and then I can't take it. Almost seems like this is the right move, because you could raise the pawn and then he can't really do anything about it. The king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? Even though that's not a very good strategy in chess. But that doesn't seem to do anything at all. You do this to try to do like a fake fork bait for trade scenario. If he takes, I don't know what that does. If he takes, I take. If I'm here, it's still the same thing, so I don't really see anything with it. At least now I have those options, so now we're setting up for just the ability to sort of try to trade. So that we even got some trades off earlier than I normally do with whatever that bishop sequence was. Now, do I take with the rook or do I take with the knight? Almost doesn't seem like it matters too much. Trying to take the knight. Use it as just a chance to develop. There's nothing you can really do to push out the knight for now. You have to go here, go here. Yeah, pretty simple. You could just move it, or I guess you can't really move it. Or even this wouldn't work too well for that, so the better play, I guess, would just be to do this, and then you could just move the knight, period. If you push the pawn, I move the knight. I can always move the pawn too in the future. And this might be an overcommitting move, but at least you feel safer playing around with the pawns when you're in a position where basically the queens are off the board. Just kind of keep harassing stuff here. That bishop is now trapped inside of my pawns. But again, I've done kind of a bad job with respect to restricting my own bishop's movement by my own pawns. But sometimes that can work. If we get this perfect connection, that'll be about as beautiful as your pawn structure can ever be. Like just, except you can't get it to go all the way, like an 8 connected pawn thing. You could do it like there if it went that high, but that's just weird. You put it here, try to take that, but that would undouble his thing. Right, so you almost wouldn't want to do that, but you kind of do still. Or you're almost in a situation where you trapped it. He trapped it himself. Yeah, I don't really see a way out of that. So he sacks the knight instead. Still worth it, I guess. Only for +1 though. So probably the best way to go about it, maybe. What do I want to do with this pawn structure? You should put them all on dark squares because it plays around their bishop taking yours, and it plays into your bishop being able to basically, you know, attack them through there. So there's sometimes a bit of a confusion with that, like, well, you don't want to do it on the dark squares because that lets their bishop attack, but there's nothing to attack on this side, I guess. And also it's just, I don't know, like yours would kind of equalize with that anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's a little bit weird, but you could go here, or you certainly wouldn't want to take, and you also don't want to let that happen. So if I go here, and then even if he takes, I can easily take back. I have the knight. This is a pretty good save by him, though, actually, on the bishop trap there. You could have gone here with the knight's cover, but now I can't do it. This could be a difficult move because if you don't address it, then problem with that is he would obviously threaten it too. Yeah, even the king being naked like this doesn't scare me too much, but you still have to be careful. Hard to say really what to do here, but like it's hard to know how much you should involve the king. You still shouldn't do it yet because this one is becoming a little bit of a nuisance here. Let's see. I'm sure we could deal with that pass pawn still. Now this could always be dangerous because you end up, you know, in a position where if that was a double stack or something, it could be a problem. But it's not, because it would just still be a trade. Unless he can promote that, which I think is very unlikely to happen, to the point where you could even just sack for it if you really have to. If he comes up, I just take. If he doesn't, I could sort of still set up to take. Can't even really give a check with the thing. I'll just take. Now it just becomes a matter of, can he play around the light square bishop so effectively that he wins? But the thing is that even if he was to do that, this is the one savior of this position. We've had a couple of endgame positions where it kind of goes against my expectation. You would, yeah, you pin yourself. Self-pinning for immortality. But not yours. Is he going to get something out of this? It seems unlikely. Yeah, because they're on dark squares now, that would kind of hurt me, because you would theoretically... whatever. Won't be a stalemate because of the simple fact that, whatever, he has pawns to move. $17.50, $14.50, like, it's getting closer where it makes sense that, you know, okay, $14.50 is not that crazy for a 1200 player to do, but they're rarely playing at that low of a level as what they are. It's almost like the ratings are somehow inaccurate, but even the bots sort of agree with me. Like if you look at a 1200 bot, I don't even want to play one because it'll drag my play down to theirs, but play any 1200 bot and it's like they're not 1200s. They're just not. A 1200 is going to know opening theory. They're going to clown you. They're going to do tricks and traps and sacks and brilliant moves and like just insane stuff. So what do we got? 56. Or sorry, now 65. Got to do this very disciplined. One of my favorite songs ever. I don't know what the Orpheon thing, that must be at the beginning of the game, but then why would it be wreckage of it? It's like, it's already wreckage when it's in space still, when you're in the beginning. Like it is kind of beat up, but that game plays almost like a silent film, like where it tells someone's story, even though you can scan stuff and read it. But even if you don't do that, like it's telling a story without needing to say anything. There's no dialogue, there's nothing. It's just like, that's almost how games should tell stories, instead of cutscenes and dialogue and overdone shit. And even having the scans as being optional makes it so nice. Whatever flavor they do want to, and sometimes your scan thing will take on a personality where it has certain opinions or whatever extrapolations on stuff. It's kind of an organic way to have like a, you know, like a Link has a little fairy following him around, or Mario will have like a star or whatever, like some sort of thing giving you advice. But here it's just your suit itself and your scan visor. Like it makes sense in that sort of technological context that you would just have that as a resource, but it's still not really keeping you company. See, in this day and age, they would have some gimmicky, like, stupid little thing where, whatever, like in Destiny, they have something like that where it's constantly talking to you and stuff. They try to make it comic relief or cutesy or whatever, like that thing in Portal GLaDOS, I think it's called. Now you're double attacking, so I think moving the king there is an appropriate course of action. If you raise, I raise. So he's playing kind of aggressively with the king pawns in a weird way, expecting some sort of beginner's trap type stuff to work. So that doesn't concern me because the real intention behind this is to not really do anything with it, just let him decide. So it might be this that he's doing. He's telegraphing his next move, but I don't see what it matters. We'll do that. You gotta just do everything reactively. So sometimes the bad tendency is like you just ignore your opponent's moves. And if you ignore your opponent's moves, then you not only do you not know what they're doing in the immediate thing, but you know, it's kind of like a choice whether you decide to go here, whether you decide to understand their overall plan, if they even have one, which at this level they really don't ever. But take, I guess you can't underestimate them that much. Like that's one thing I've learned, but I still am not entirely convinced. We'll leave all that stuff there, but it's just a question of whether I can develop something, or you know, if you trade to develop, then that's at least a good use of it. Just because, you know, take, go here, take. Or when they queenside castle, that's one of the rare, maybe that's what I don't understand about King's Indian even. Like, you put this here so that if they do queenside castle, you're posing an attack to them. But I never really still see the value of this. Like, it's good here, but how do you know they're going to do that? Or why do they even have to do that? If I go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. kind of weird. Like, gonna be something bad that happens. Like he'd be willing to go there to open the H file, and that'll somehow lead to something, but I just can't really worry about it. We could try to push aggressively towards his king's side, but I don't really know. Just trying to finish my development. These knights can just create such claustrophobic positions where your own pieces block you in such a way that... Now, see, the thing with this is it holds no value because you have to move the knight first, and then you can double attack that. So what good does it do if you just leave it there? I don't really get it. I guess maybe that, but... The thing is, even now, I feel less threatened than before because now... Oh, maybe I should. Still... I don't know. You don't want him to do that, but you don't have a choice. But you do have a choice, but you don't because he'll take... I don't know, man. Some of these positions get annoying, but this is exactly the tendency I have to stop. He's given me a chance here, but I really would just not want this to happen. That's the thing. Don't let him open the H file, no matter how scary that pawn seems. I think I can deal with that rather than anything else. Or maybe I'm a little bit too paranoid over it for no reason. It's just if you let them open the H file, you could get mated very quickly. Anything else should be fine, especially with the material advantage, even though it's the sort of thing I don't really use or take advantage of. It's not like his thing is trapped, but that at least does prevent sort of the issue that I'm looking at, but I'm a little bit confused still because as much as I'm trying to stop that from being effective, it could be a problem. So even then, he'd be able to... He'd be able to do it because I can't do anything... Can't block. Your body block like this, and he's running a little dry maybe on the options that he can actually attack me with, though, because you could just keep going back and forth here and try to threefold repetition. You would think this pawn is very dangerous, but somehow we can deal with it if we just get out of this mess. So we should try to just create some sort of threat on the queen, push it back. And if I do that, you can check. Maybe you just match that 1 for 1. It's a very weird spot. You just check there then. You'd maybe go here, so then you would simply be able to take. The only problem with that idea is the fact that now... Well, let's see what he does. Wait, what? First of all, you get checked, but that's besides the point. You just gave it up for free. Okay, that's fine. I thought it maybe if he connected it first, it would have been better. Very scary, some of these positions. I won't deny it. You go here, I could always bring the queen, and then you won't have a cover on the back rank either, so that would be okay. It's just so tight, you know? Gotta trade off as much as I can and just don't give him a chance to do anything. So I'd love it if he actually traded the rook, because then the queen would control the open file, despite the expectation with that normally not being the case, because he has no cover there. Threatening this. Unfortunately, I don't know what that means. Takes the bishop. Or, I don't know. He would just take the bishop. But the queen would do basically the same role, I guess, of what the bishop is doing. Maybe. I don't want to move the knight, but I guess I just can't do it because... just not... There's nowhere for it to go. Okay, I'm very happy to do that. And it wouldn't be like a fork or... Wait, what? Okay, let's double check it. I would take, and then he would take, and I could still take. I would take, and he could do... I don't see how you can mate from that. I don't see it. Or even if you were to take that, like, let's say for free, it doesn't even matter because... Or first of all, I could just do this because... I don't know what that was. There's no way there's a mate here. Best you could get like a fork and take the thing or something, but you just gotta last long enough and then their brains just implode because they can't handle this level of play. Or like your willingness to, you know, to drag the game out in such an annoying way, even if time-wise it's only 10 minutes. Like, look at the ground that we covered in this game. Like, try to understand for a second what just happened here. Like, it... I don't know how to explain it. Cover that. Back here. He didn't have to do that. He could have just gone further inside, I guess. But no, like, we're hanging on for dear life with the king, but maybe I played that generally right. There were still probably some other better options, but... How is that still not made? What? Oh. Okay, dude. Whatever, we have plenty of time, so it's not like it's a big deal. Can't move it, you can't do anything. But no, he played pretty well and was kind of scary for most of the game, but this is what they sometimes do, is overcommit to the thing. And so if you're just tenacious enough to survive, he didn't even apparently play that well. So now we have a 1200 playing like a 400. It didn't feel like that, but again, these threats might be empty threats. Why is that a miss when it was the right move just when we did it before in the same... Why would I do that? That's a blunder. That's a great move. Again, your whole goal here is to just sort of shut down whatever they're doing aggressively. It's a blunder, but I don't really see why it is. But of course, I should have seen this instead, because I don't know why. Maybe their queen is actually trapped. Oh, that's interesting. It would have been because... Yeah, they're stuck in a spot that they can't escape easily. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Or no, it wouldn't have been here still. Or whatever, your next move probably would do that too. Okay, we just got to keep doing it the same way. A lot of these games are ending in that same way, that they'll have some sort of attack, though apparently I messed that up more than I realized, but it still somehow works. That's not very encouraging either when you look at basically the level that they say that you're playing at. It's the inconsistency that sometimes bothers me too, because even if you win, sometimes it doesn't feel that meaningful, or like, I don't know what it really represents, but go nice and slow, especially at the beginning. You have to be fearful of that. Treat the beginning like just every other part of the game, but it's easy to fall into the sort of that comfort zone of, oh, you think you know what you're doing, you've studied what you're doing, which of course I don't even have that, but it still just feels tempting. See, this is a principle. You're supposed to like match their double push with your double push, but maybe you feel like it's okay to do that, not do that, because you have it covered in such a way that you can just deal with that. And also, I don't like doing that because you end up in a position where you basically want to trade that off because you don't think this is going to be effective. But I guess that sort of does match my style of play. This is the King's Indian idea that like you have a useless diagonal that's going towards nowhere, and then you give up your good attacking diagonal. So it suits me perfectly because I wasn't going to use it very well anyway. Now you have to be cognizant that you would rather trade this for a light square bishop, because then in the later game this might come into play where everything is going to be on a light square. So if you plan ahead like that, it can be good. This is covered. This is covered. If you have this light square structure, then you're very much happy with the idea of being able to trade the knight for the bishop. Apparently the London system, it keeps changing though. Like who is dictating the opening? Is it me or is it them? Because if it was me, it's always going to be something to do with King's Indian or just some sort of defensive structure that is probably not going to be still too good. But yeah, I'd love to be able to trade for that, but he might just keep it out of arm's length and never let me get there. The best opportunity you have is like with these type of moves, but now he can escape with that as well. But no, the whole idea of this is for defensive purposes. Like if I was try to put the dark square diagonal here going towards the king, he could sort of just try to equalize for it or something like that, I guess. So even if they trade off, you never have to fear the bishop if you have that color. But these kingside pawn pushes are kind of annoying. They've been doing it a lot, mostly unsuccessfully, but it's kind of hard to judge it. If he goes there, it might be too late. Like you want to go here and then he goes there, but then I don't want to take still. I want to keep going. Or, you know, you could afford... You would raise it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but... He would raise it, and then I could just move. So, like, what does it matter? You just keep developing, I guess. So we're not going to get our wish to trade for the light square bishop. Even if I do trade for something, it'd be here. Could go here even for what that's worth, but you'd even have a knight covers knight connection here, and then this is like a hexagon knight where it's not going to be able... I'm happy with that. Or no, we wouldn't have that, but... It's an awkward spot for the knight to be, but maybe in the worst case it could go here. Normally they push it the other way. So now this one I'm not too sure about. What would you do here? But like, look how they have no regard for the king's safety. It's got to be something about either they're just offensive clowns, or something about the way that I play, or I guess at least here the fact that I'm black makes them want to play like this. I'm very happy with that. Just that's okay. Now the question becomes, how do I use the knight, the other knight? And so I don't know whether I should push past. If you end Pizance, I could take. This one scares me, but only a little bit. This would either block off the light square diagonal or do an end Pizante. So either one is okay. Right, if you end Pizance, I take. He chooses not to do it, so that should be okay for me. Now, it's hard to decide, like, what you really want this to do, but if we want to stay on the trade mentality, then it could be okay to simply take that with the knight. If he would have taken back. Bringing the knight in. See, sometimes I get in this comfort zone where I'm not even looking at what they're doing because I just don't feel threatened by it in this particular position, but it's still hard to say what my Darksphere Bishop is actually doing in this game. I don't know how far out you really want these to be, but now at least you're going to have 2 anchor pawns instead of 1, so it's hard to decide exactly. Like, this is too overextended. Even though it looks aesthetically consistent, you'd rather one be like this, right? This would be the anchor for all of these, or not even, I don't know. What is it normally like? You normally only want to have 1 anchor pawn. So here you could simply trade and you won't get anything out of it, but it doesn't hurt me, so that's how I rationalize trades. As long as they're not too detrimental or at all, it'd be fine, or I do get something out of it. Because he loses the cover here. Doesn't seem like a sneaky, tricky move. You can't even do that. Yeah, just keep doing these attacks, dude. Like, totally. They always work, which a lot of the time they will work on me, but just got to take more time in the opening and try to figure it out a little bit. Just because they move so fast and they know what they're doing doesn't mean that you know the answer to it, which you probably should by this point anyway, but yeah, obviously can't take that. If he keeps going, that could be a little bit problematic, actually. Let's see. You could go here in a weird way, and that would allow you to threaten it in a way that it can't be like... I don't really see the point, though. If he raises it, I would raise, but I don't really want to raise. That is kind of a tricky move a little bit. This seems maybe like a bad idea, but I don't see exactly... You might end up in a spot where you just can't get out of there. That's the thing. You could body block, and then the pawns are going to be weird, though. Pawns are going to be weird. It's okay if he... Well, it might not be that okay, but... Like, he'll take, I'll take, and then the H file is open. You could do this so that if he does take, there's an interesting little tactic that you typically wouldn't expect to happen because, I don't know, like just the back rank, you don't really think of being exposed like that. You always have connected rooks and stuff. There's nothing that could potentially trap the queen there because nothing can even attack a dark square. And so I'm happy with this pawn structure. I just don't know exactly... Yeah, that would sort of solve his problem too. Very awkward, this pawn structure. I can't figure it out. Even now, like, I can't do that, so... I don't know. Can't do anything with that. No pass pawns or anything. I just don't want to waste too much time either. He'll go up, and then I'll just be forced to deal with that. That doesn't seem to have much significance. I can't take... We do this... Like, there is no way to trap the queen, because there's no way to even attack the queen. That's the thing. For now, this is sort of pinned to it, but I can't do anything to it. We get this out of there. At least we're covering the H file, and the king is away from it. So whatever threat you might be posing is diminished on the H file that scares me so goddamn much, typically. So that's okay. Gonna come here. Now he's been sort of hesitant to actually try to move it, despite all the commitment he's put into it. He raises. Now I certainly am not going to take. So he would take, I would take, and everything would be fine, as far as I can tell. Regardless whether it's a check, regardless of anything else. If he wants to keep going even beyond that, that's okay too. That was sort of a weird repositioning of the king, but it kind of made sense, I guess. Okay, he's really pushing this threat too much, man. I don't know, like, you go here, it's fine. You take, I take, you take, I can still take. It doesn't matter, like... He takes, I take. He takes, I still take. Maybe creating a claustrophobic thing for me that could mess me up, but... This is the problem though. I play not to lose. I don't play to win. Like there's no attack idea on my end. I'm just letting them have all the freedom to do it. And just expecting that they're not good enough to do it, or that I'm good enough to stop them from doing it, which is a legitimate part of play, but you can't rely on just one style. That's why I don't like when, they stereotype certain players. Like Judith Polgar was so offensive. Like she was, but I'm sure she could play other positions too that aren't aggressive, because you wouldn't be able to get to 2700 without doing that, right? Just like Petrosian, the Petrosian defense, Petrov's defense, but I'm sure they could play other games too, and aggressive games, because, you know, they're not only going to play one thing just because that's what they're known for. Okay, dude. Okay. I don't know. I don't get it. You could almost just do like this then. Take. Right? Like, I'm almost sick of this. He would take, I would take. He would take, I would take. He would take, I would still take. Since he's so hell-bent on doing this. Maybe not a good idea. But the fact is I could trade, too. I could just force a trade. Or he's going to have to give me a passed pawn. Yeah, just check and trade. Like, I'd be happy with that. I can see how my style of play would be really annoying, but at some point you have to realize your strengths and weaknesses, and I just don't have the attacking mindset or confidence anymore. And some of that is justified too, I guess. But now there's not much you can do about this, because it's a passed pawn, it's covered. There's not much you could do. Even if you were to like bait it that way that I somehow... There's nothing you can do. So all that build up just to let it slip through your fingers with the pawn. Not that that was such a winning great thing, but I'm sure you weren't supposed to wait that long for it. Look at that beautiful structure. This one's kind of just the odd one out. It can connect later. The idea is that you're never letting your opponent get behind these. So like, oh, you know, they could take this, they could take this, but how are they going to get there is the thing. And that's part of why the knights can be good, obviously, getting some of these weird spots. You could double stack, you could triple stack. I still don't see the meaning of it. We'll even go like that just to stop that pawn's momentum. So there shouldn't be anything particularly concerning. He would take, but then he'd be giving up a piece, and it wouldn't lead to a mate, even still. Or I could even do that. Like, how much you gonna do here, dude? Now, how do I turn this around into an attack is the question. He hasn't blundered much in the process, even if... Or he'll try to go to the other side now. Kind of helps me, because it's closer to my ability to attack his king. It would take him too long to reorient everything there. Yeah, you could literally do this, so like, what do you expect is going to happen? Unless something better is in front of the queen, or something worse is in front of the queen and takes first. Like, yay, we have a passed pawn, but imagine how insanely difficult it would be to actually convert that. Now, in all his desperation, even the king is coming in, so I don't entirely know what he would be doing here. He would basically be sacking. And so I don't really get it. If he sacks, like, there's going to be no mate. That's for sure. He sacks, I take. He takes, I can still take. Like, there's nothing. So arguably, this game should be a draw. He didn't do anything decisively wrong. He didn't blunder a piece. He just is too slow or whatever, so. And somehow we could double stack here. Not that we can really do anything with it. So much of it is just going to be certain pieces keeping other pieces locked down the whole game, so. That's an interesting ambition that he's showing there, though. I give it to him. Just. We would have this. So he would take, I would take. He would have the open file. And then we'd have to maybe figure out something else we can do. Gotta watch his bishop. Maybe he'll do something sneaky. He is going to break through the pawn structure a little bit here. I'm shocked that he wouldn't ever take on the g-file, though, because he had that pawn sitting there for so long. So now, whether this is double stacked or not doesn't seem to matter much. Let's just try to get the rook maybe over there. But see, I have no desire, no intention to attack. You could have maybe done something with these attacks. I don't know. You shouldn't really need to, because you can just sort of squeeze them out and just wait it out. You would take, and then if I would take, you would obviously. But it doesn't matter because you don't have to put it there then. Again, take, then he comes down. But so what is the big question? So what? What does he do with that? With a minute left at that. But even if not, I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. He tried pushing this so hard and then got desperate, so he wants to switch to the other side and think that the results will be any different. You come here, I take. You could not take that. $44. Keep an eye on the bishop. Keep an eye on the queen. And keep just do a scanning calculation method. Don't linger too much on one piece. Just look at everything once. Kind of a super boring way to play it. So I hate when people say that matter-of-factly, like, oh, well, just see what the... Whatever. They just stupid. See what the covers are. See what, like, obviously everybody knows that, but there's a certain inhibition about doing it. But I guess if you're going to play, you should do it. Absolutist tendency. You wouldn't need to be told that if you're actually taking it seriously. Just don't let him do threefold repetition, which it doesn't seem like is the kind of position where that would be an issue, but he just starts to move super fast. He would take, I would take, so he's going to do the same threat maybe there. Take. So he is chipping away at the pawns. Look how he's shrinking me down. It's interesting, but does it do anything is the question. Bishop could get involved here. I still wouldn't be against trading stuff. 3 seconds. Trade. And then... I can't imagine what the big deal here would be. I don't see him as playing that bad, but these accuracy numbers are concerning, okay? 800, 900. Yeah, this is more of the stuff I was expecting. We've seen so many games where we're getting like good karma now. We've seen so many games where they play much higher than the rating. Where do we get the ones that they play lower? It really didn't feel that bad, but I guess this tells you like my defensive ideas only work against really bad players. It's like I have a plan to what I'm doing, but the plan is the plan is the idea of not doing anything. That's the thing. What? Wait, he's actually winning like crazy here though, but why? Or no, this is hypothetical stuff that he didn't even do. It's kind of scaring me, like, oh, maybe I did mess up. Let's just focus all the way. Some of these positions have been uncomfortable. He is actually 13. To be the man, you got to beat the man, as they say. You take would be acceptable, I guess. Although arguably you're not supposed to do that if you were to follow the idea of the typical structure you see, but it doesn't work. The reason why it doesn't work is because it's a case where, I don't know, the queen is supposed to basically end up there is the point. You would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. You keep going though, giving him pass pawn. Like, this is not something I'm super comfortable with here. This is setting up for a fork. It wouldn't necessarily be a fork, but like, why even do that? So that's the problem with this position, is it hasn't given me adequate means to develop the bishop is the problem with that. Because I can take there. He can't do anything really. That's a move that would have scared me. Just maybe he gives me too much credit and thinks, oh, I would know how to deal with that. But I have no idea actually what you would do there. It would just be annoying. You'd have to go back. You'd have to waste time. And I don't even like where the light square bishop is now. That is a pin, but it's not a particularly convincing pin. Take. And so you gotta kind of make up your mind if you really want to do it or not. If I was to take, he could take, then I would take, then he can't take. I don't buy it. Like, it could be something, but I don't accept it. I don't see what the thing is. Just the sheer confidence with which he does that, quite interesting as well. Takes I could take back. We could put this here. I don't fear that pawn too much. But you have some attacking ideas here. Brings that. It's almost like you would rather move the king, but I mean, obviously the knight is the problem here. You kind of want the king to be maybe there, but I guess it can't be because you have this, I don't know. You want that to be effective. Like, I knew the knight was going to mess me up at some point or another, but I could just say that in every game that I ever play. That's just the way that it works, basically, so. You have to understand how much of a weak link it really is in the context of he raises, fine. If he takes, it's fine. The big point is just try to cover this because he's going for it right away, and the best way to do that is to I guess you could do this because he wouldn't just ignore it. And then at that stage, you could basically be in a position where you would do the pawn movement. And so now it's still not super clear though, like I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. And you can just do it the same way. Everybody's playing super aggressively, so if you can shut down the threat, you'd be in relatively good shape. So, I don't know. Gives a check from there. And so now you could just move it. Don't necessarily want it to be there, but so he's covering the pawn. You're covering that. You're attacking the queen. You could take and check there. Okay. That's not a good move, obviously, but maybe it was all part of my plan. There'll be some problem here somewhere along the line. They play so overly aggressive, which does give you material advantages in the beginning. I like the credit that they're giving you, that, you know, either it's negative credit that they think you would need to do that to beat somebody, or that they think you'll fall for it. So you could move this, and there's no actual threat you can do with it. That should be relatively okay, although I did just miss one that was pretty obvious, I guess. It's just so sometimes triggering that they play like this, but I guess it's fair enough. You could take that. I don't know if I want to. Can't go there, so the dark square bishop is in a very annoying spot, to be sure. Or here's where, like, I would just keep doing random threats on the queen and it won't actually help me. My development is pretty poor too, but I just almost want to develop for a trade. I can't figure out. Like, what is this really doing here? Maybe that would be fine. He's just trying to come up with more pieces to attack with. You should be relatively secure in here. Like, there's enough cover around it. You're going to start to bring in the rooks. And otherwise, it should be fine. Could take here. Now, whether it would be worth it or not, I can't say. I don't think it would be. I don't really need the material advantage. We might have our chances later. So this is good. It blocks the open file. And then we want to try to complete our development, in which I'm able to just bring out the dark square bishop here. You could push this out with a pawn theoretically, but it'll take a while to do it. So the queen doesn't need to be here to prevent any sort of mating threat, because it was already fine before that. Like, even if you do this, he can't do anything with that. He could try to attack this, maybe. Like, I feel like I can do this, but maybe it's not the best idea. Certainly leaving the back rank unconnected like that could be a mistake. Okay. Fuck. Maybe I shouldn't push my luck and try to do it all in one day, but I almost just want to. +6. Man, it's tough time, man. Can't even cover that. Hey, I should try to go for some crazy aggressive thing too, because somehow it works so well for them, by which I mean it never works at all, but so it's not like I even had a time issue there, so I'm getting a little bit lazy now. You know, you should quit while you're ahead. I've kind of learned that lesson, so maybe I should just stop after this one. And then we can try to fill in the rest there, which wouldn't necessarily take too long a period of time. It's just more, you know. What the fuck? All right. Give me a draw somehow, and I'll still feel vindicated. A stalemate, something. Doesn't really feel like even he was that good for 1300. Like, we survived the attack. I'm +3 if I don't just give the queen for nothing, which I typically don't do. A lot of these have been maybe deceptive. Like, they're not really high-level games, but they just seem like it because 1250, 1450. I mean, would a 1250 really blunder their queen like that? I guess maybe not every game, but that was just a blunder. So whatever he was trying to do, now he'll feel validated. Like, oh yeah, my clownish offensive style of play was totally worth it. That's how 1450s play. They just wait for you to blunder your queen when you have an advantage. Guys, focus, focus. If the only one you lose is because you blunder your queen, then that's a fairly simple guideline to follow. Just don't blunder your queen. Gotta go slow. You gotta take the opening seriously every part of the game. Those are the two parts of the game that could get you burnt out the most, is openings and end games can just be irritating. But I guess they become maybe sort of comforting at a later level, in which you're able to basically, you know, feel like, okay, those you can do by memory and by repetition, so now you don't have to worry about them. You focus more of your attention on the middle game and stuff, especially against lower rated players. You can just kind of, you know, be asleep at the wheel and still be fine with that. You could do that, but you would take, and then he takes, and then I fork. I think I've seen that before somewhere. Speaking of doing it by repetition. So now we get a clown sack of my own. He does the same thing back. I don't know whether that's really good or not. It's still even material, but I imagine his position isn't the greatest either because of that. You can push this sucker out. Kind of a weird start, but it didn't lead to any negative outcome for me, so I can't really feel too bothered by it. Might go there. He might just let it die. Those are his two options. That's almost too bad because you would have had something else like this. So I would almost hope he'd move it again, but he could move it back to cover 2 on D7 too. I don't know. I don't want to play without a bishop, but that could just be a mistake, and arguably that was stupid of him too. He should have played in such a way that you could have put the pawn in front of the king, although I don't know if you really want that. It'd still be bringing it towards the center. Gotta be careful. There's only one bishop on the board. Set myself up for a nightmare scenario where I'm just that was pretty funny though, how we both sacked the things. Well, now you know exactly what we would want, but why would he even do that? He can double stack on there maybe. Even if he does, it's still fine. Trying to push that out, but this could have greater significance. Give me that queen blunder right back, dude. Give it right back. Just don't screw it up now, though. I'm getting maybe a little bit cocky, but just gotta stay focused. In chess, you must be as a swan, never too high, never too low. Just gotta play smart. That wasn't super obvious, like, I'll give it to you, but I don't know why he moved the king there at all, aside from maybe trying to create the double stack. Move the king away. That was a hilarious opening to this game, though. We both sack a piece. I don't know if that's the proper response for him at that point to do that, but you do it. You sack for a fork, and then you stack right back. Well, here you actually can't move the knight at all. Otherwise, I would just take. You can take back, I take back, there's nothing crazy about it. Now here you wouldn't be able to double take, so there's no real threat that you're holding on to, so you may as well just move it now, the queen. You know, I always say you like I'm coaching myself, but you take there, but I can still take, and then he can take. Nothing really too crazy about that. Or sometimes people will try to trade off super aggressively just for the simple fact that you're able to, you know, do it in such a way that you're more likely to get a stalemate and stuff. So it's not like they're really that bad, but it just seems like it. Put the king out. We can just promote this one. I won't even have to do anything else, or I don't have to do anything, period. I can literally just sit here and pre-move the rest because you know that that's going to block it off. There's no stalemate even remotely possible. Or whatever, even if you got that, who cares? You got to keep alternating these. Take this. Okay, now it could be close to a stalemate, to be fair. It could be very close, but it's still not there. We don't have time to stalemate. Okay, you just got to keep alternating them through, but you're not always going to have cover. So your own pawns here basically just keep getting in the way. Don't give them threefold repetition. It's actually a little bit trickier to do than you might think. I don't know how... I don't know. Try to make some moves that we know won't be threefold repetition. Sometimes you just gotta box them in and then wait a second. Like you can go here, then here, guaranteed, or you can't necessarily. Or yes, you can, because you know they can't go up like that. You can still move up and down a little bit. That should be it. It actually took like a second to load that was actually checkmate there. Yeah, that was kind of a tough thing with respect to the little fork, but is that really such a crazy thing, 1750? Just to see a fork available or to try to press for it? That trade I wasn't even too happy with. But yeah, even there it's still chiding me that I did it too late. I guess it's more impressed by that than I was. It didn't seem like that big of a deal. Yeah, puzzle theme for when you do chess puzzles, which is never. Or every move, every game is a puzzle in and of itself. Take, you can go here. I'm already kind of encouraged by that because it's not a particularly impressive opening to move the queen that much. Not typically what you want to do, especially as black. Double attacking there. There is something to think about with that. I almost shouldn't do this, but go ahead and take here, but I don't know whether that would be worth it or not to do. I think it's okay. Like, is he going to create some crazy threat out of this is the point, and I don't think he'll be able to. Take the pawn, but certainly can't trap my queen. He certainly should be fine, actually. I don't feel too bothered by that. Even then, I don't see it. Put it there, but I could easily take. That shouldn't really change what's happening with the immediate position. Develop the knight even better, because then I get to check, let's say. Takes there, which is acceptable. I can live with that. That shouldn't change anything else of what's happening. Won't be able to trap it. That's the main thing you have to be aware of. Right, whether he can trap the queen as a result of doing this or not, which there are some scenarios where maybe that could be the case, but even that's a little bit cute, but we can still get out of there. Brings that. Okay, at some point we got to just castle here and we'd be golden. There could be some scenario where this could happen, but I somehow don't really buy it. At some point he's just gonna run out of threats, isn't he? You could take there and then this won't be covered. Go like this. Yeah, at some point you're not going to have enough stuff to keep doing this, I would think, but I definitely have to keep my eye on it and just castle, though, too. I'm ignoring... you become so worried about the queen's safety that you ignore the king, or you become so worried about the king's safety that you might ignore the queen, for example. So if it means getting the queen out safely, maybe you should just try to... you know, just trade or do something. Kind of hard to say. Risky propositions. There's nothing you can do to still threaten the queen, but I'm worried. The more I let that linger, the more the possibility becomes that you might actually trap the queen, which is exactly the sort of thing that could happen. Just, you know. Takes I can take back. He would still take back. But it's not really much of a fork. I guess I'm just doing it to simplify a little bit. Right? It's not a true fork at all. But now the queen certainly could not be trapped. Just like having both of those diagonals together is very scary. Can't take that. You could take this here. You could take there. I could take there. Double check everything. Now the light square bishop is kind of just sitting there, sitting pretty. That you don't want to do. What exactly is he up to? He could take there. Sometimes it's just such simple things you miss because you're not really thinking about them, but you have to see everything all the time without even needing to look for it specifically. This is the difference. These people aren't playing for anything. I am. So that immediately should make you better. What you fight for is what you better, bit more important than what you fight with. You do this in such a way that I don't know. It would be sort of pinned down. Go like this, you can take there. Hard to decide still what to do for now. Love to do a trade, but it's not that easy to do, I guess. Bringing a rook to here could have a certain amount of value just for the sake of it. You could cover it even with the pawn, or I mean with the knight. So that pin wouldn't mean much. Push out the knight. I'd have to move the knight to be able to double attack the thing, which I can't even still do yet. I could do some kind of crazy unleash idea with the knight, but there aren't any good ones, as usual. This is why the knight is so trash. Even when you think it could do the one thing it can do, like a fork or an unleash, but it can't even still do it here. Nothing. In fact, anywhere it goes is just a liability. It gets taken, it gets taken, it gets taken, it gets taken, it gets taken. Like, what a clown piece. Jesus Christ. Gotta watch the diagonal and stuff. He's not gonna be trapped or anything crazy. It's just actually pretty close. It almost feels like to him being trapped, but gotta watch the basic threat here. Not really too many options I have to be able to trade and stuff. It's almost not the one you would want to do, but I don't know. I feel like his movements are still limited somehow. That sets up beautifully for him to do that. Let's see. Or maybe not, though. You can even still do this, or you could have obviously moved the king. At some point, he's going to run out of place to go without just having to trade, which is all I want to do. That should be much more safe, secure. Some of these people are playing like super aggressively, and then when it doesn't work out, they give you a big material advantage, but obviously it can be scary. Now that's an interesting move because he gets this protected fork, but I still feel like it'd be worth it because of my threat there. We get a kind of a fork of our own with the bishop. And so you can just trade. Now just don't blunder a piece, and the knight is looking to be blundered. He's getting... The knight is a troll piece. Like, it just tries to piss you off. The expression on its face doesn't really match with its tone. It's snickering. It's got a little troll smile going on. I can't wait to fuck this guy's game up for the millionth time. Take this. No back rank, no blunder pieces, nothing crazy can happen. At some point, you can just start to try to basically just try to promote something here. 2 connected pass pawns. He has 0 pass pawns. Or even that you could do, but that's the big question. Do you really want to trade? Would you really do this to get a +1, but then thereby trade? Or actually you end up losing it, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you either would have had to trade, or now you just lose it outright. If you move it, I take. If you don't, I take. Gonna make my life a little bit harder though with how long this is gonna take now, because you have to clear out the whole other side. Okay, or he makes it very easy. I thought he was trying to milk me on the clock for that. 1985 was abandoned because of the health of players. Like, that's the original COVID, I guess, scenario. 1950, huh? It's just sometimes your opponent makes you look like that, though, if they're making mistakes. If they just play... That's kind of what I am the type of player who doesn't do. Even if I lose, right, I sometimes don't make you look that good, because it'll be kind of a stale thing. Could be, you know, going the distance philosophy. Or hang on, we can play it after this one. Now here you can do this. They sort of gambit it for the bishop, and so it makes one thing very difficult to do, and that is the development of the knight. But now they might be even playing it a little bit different than I expect. Or wait. That's not even normally what I do, but... I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Or no, now you're far enough along that you could even pin down with the queen. But there's so many considerations for the knight that you have to do. Like, it's so annoying. Thankfully, he didn't take advantage seemingly of any of them, but you know, he's more concerned about the threat on that, I guess. Now you could be fine. You could either do this. You could try to raise it. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I still take. If he keeps going, that's a little bit awkward. Let's just do it like this, I guess. Now, for the most part, everything should be safe. Austria. Go here, you pin it down, and that would allow you to take here. But again, you can't guarantee any of this for the simple... Now you could do a little cheeky thing, because it's like, okay, you do have the ability to pin down, so therefore you don't have to take, and that adds another attacker, and so maybe there's some value in doing that. You can't take it. And so I would take... Okay, you kind of got to do this, but I don't know. Or maybe I should just take it now. Whatever's going to be left there is going to be pinned. Whether it be a pawn or whether it be the knight or the bishop. Or it could be the knight. Now you can't move it and it's going to get double, triple attacked. Or you could pin this and then you're pinning. You should be able to take there. You can't do anything with it. Or you're not actually even pinning this, but the idea is even if you were to take it and force it to move, then you would expend the cover on that. A weird position. Some of these positions today are bizarre, like we've never seen them before. You would have to deal with this, although it opens that. Or now it is basically pinned because you would have to give up the way. Oh, now it has no value because he undid the stupid thing anyway, so. Huh. Well, that was kind of pointless then, I guess. You could do this, and then this, and then... Sometimes you search for something that's not there, like you're kind of reaching, but... There's something about this position that's uncomfortable. I don't like the way it's going. I would take, I would take, like, why not take this and then do the double take still, though? Should still be able to do it. Only thing that scares me there is maybe this, but I guess you can just deal with that. Now you take, if he takes back, I obviously take. Doesn't take back, it's fine. So you take there, I could simply take back. Simply take back, everything's fine, nothing crazy in this position. Just the basic +1. I really hope he doesn't move the rook to g1. That's a really killer move because you're setting up the attack on the king. I really would hope and pray that he wouldn't do that. No easy way to really get rid of that, dude. Let's see. You could take, you can't double take. Try to pose the trade maybe some other way. You just try to finish your development, period, and not even worry about it. That's the threat that I'm not really paying attention to. It's covered by the queen, so everything's good. It also covers this, which the queen's in front, so you wouldn't do anything with that. King's Knight Gambit. That attacks the queen. And it also poses the little fork threat, so that's quite the move that he did there. Good check. And then he goes there. Now, would that actually alleviate some of the pressure here, though? Would have loved to have done that, but he's just not letting me. If I check here, he goes there. Then I have to stay connected, otherwise I lose it. And then you're still posing the fork, so I almost shouldn't even bother with it. Could almost go here, come to think of it. So you had that ability, but then again, he goes there. Then you still have to address this. And then you still have to address the fork. And so in the act of doing that, he would just probably take it. Go back. There's going to be a chance to take it with something no matter what, so I just can't save it. From a trade, at least. Be like, back to square one, you would check, but I'm taking with the queen, so the double stack doesn't matter. Even if I didn't do that, you would still just take, so it doesn't matter. You even have the knight there. So that is maybe a little bit scary, but I don't see entirely why still. Because even if you take, I still take. But I mean, maybe you could move the king just to be extra careful. For whatever reasoning. Because you don't need the pawn cover, so that's kind of just a moot point already. Surprised he didn't just take with the knight. This is a weird decision for him to make. Can't really see much to do with my knight. Three minutes left. Let's see what he's got. Pushing that all the way, so this could lead to some crazy threats, or the act of doing this doesn't even seem like a bad thing, but the fact that he thought about it for so long could be something. I don't really feel too bothered by it, though. What's the worst he could do? He can't do an unleashed check. He can't do anything. He's going to be some sort of mating threat. You could check here, and then the best he could do is block, let's say. He wouldn't simply take. You wouldn't simply take. You could simply sit here. He had the chance to take that. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't do that. He was sitting on that threat of the diagonal, you know, getting locked with the queen, but he had so many answers to deal with it, so I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. Now, if we go here, there should be no problem whatsoever. Or that is something else, huh? Wow. Still not the end of the world, but is there something better I can do here? Because you're attacking the queen too in the process. What a guy. I mean, we identified that fork like a million years ago. It's just there was so much that happened there. It still doesn't mean you lose, but I am down on time too, so this is tough. Decide which one to take. So it's only a +1, right? And his king is maybe in a little bit worse spot than mine, but he's attacking mine pretty well, just the way this is so open. You don't have the cushion here. Sometimes you can win just because, okay, they're going to lose on time. It's going to come down to that, but now it's not because he's just too fast. Just stay focused, use his move time to calculate. That's always the best strategy of all. That's why even when you're playing Magnus, like Alex is playing Magnus with, he has 30 seconds, she has 5 minutes or something, but you still want to move fast on your turns because you don't want to give him time to think on your moves, on your time. That's how good they are. So it almost doesn't matter. Like, sure, it still does, but it maybe doesn't help as much as you think if you have so much time for them to use, better than you use your own. He goes down to there. You're double threatening. You can't do anything with this. Or you could do it like that, but you do this. So if you take, I take. You take, I take. If you take, I take. If you take, you'd have to do it like this, maybe. But you can't. But you can because obviously the knight itself. If he was to take the knight first. Comes back with this, so at the very least you could save this, even if I lost that other piece, but then you would think he would run away with it. If only he was a bit slower, I could still have dealt with that. Not a big deal. Maybe I can still survive somehow. He made some really crazy moves in there. This is covered. That's being double attacked anyway, so you could have done that in the first place. Double stacks. Presumably, he's going to go onto a dark square, though. He doesn't even seem to care about the pawn too much. Well, I mean, whether it be that or whether it be that would be fine. Attacking there's only so much I can do to cover it. Or he managed to do it in such a way that still give me a draw somehow. It's insane, but possible. Then they will fall asleep and almost let you promote, but it just still doesn't matter. Very close to a stalemate, if not for the fucking pawns. Even this, like, this was one of the first ones that they won in a very strong way. Like, I can't really argue with it. That fork was sort of sitting there and just, it was like a multi-move sequence that led to it. Like, he could never have done it, but then he created some sort of weird situation that obviously that's just the stuff you got to start to look for later. How's he doing this shit? Like, how is he not mating? Yeah, just give me a draw. You're clearly sniping me. You wouldn't have been able to beat me otherwise. Wink, wink. Fuck. Even though I didn't see what you did. You always see, like, the outline of it. Potentially happening before, but... 650, huh? Kind of hard to believe, but okay. That's a blunder. But he didn't punish that at all. So, like, what happened later that was so good? A lot of these things he's not even seeing, but just the fork was good. Let's see, who challenged me before? Name started with a P. Maybe he's gone now. I wish it would tell you, like, a backlog of challenges. Let's see. I think I looked at his profile. Or why does it say that so many times? Very hard for me to play, obviously, during the course of a game because it's just very, I guess he's gone. There was a point where I, was willing to do that. Maybe that's what hurt me so much. Go ahead and do this, 1300. Go here. This would be fine, even if you somehow block that. You can always check and then trade. I'm sometimes too eager to do that when you should really be prioritizing doing this. He's doing my little bishop stagger, as if in fear of the fried liver. But now it no longer works, so maybe you could do it. Or, like, at least you could do the 6 for 6. Like, he's already ready to castle, so... Philidor to... Fuck. Okay. Same shit over and over that I've seen a million times. I mean, you don't really even have this pinned in a meaningful way. It's just, I don't imagine that knight going anywhere that's consequential at all. It's like his bishop's in such a weird spot. I almost shouldn't want to trade for it, but I should, like, pull it back and end up here. If you were to do this, take. I was like, oh no, you can move the knight anywhere, but there's nowhere good for it to even go, so it doesn't matter. Sometimes you maybe should try to bait this, but it's not really my style to do that. Go here. Could be maybe a bit of a concern because you won't have a cover on that. Or even now, it would be... You would take the bishop. I don't really have to let him do that. Now you have very simple threat. Go here. It could be a little bit problematic because then you would still take, or whatever. Could be a little bit weird. I assume this is the right way to deal with it. There's not anything else too clear. Or you could go like this and then just try to trade. Check, I could still take. But I wouldn't really take because, you know. going to assume this. If he checks there, I can't do anything, or I can take with the knight. Gonna have to at least reorient his whole thing. If you were ever able to attack this with a cover, it would be forced to trade because you obviously can't move it. Otherwise, I take the rook, but you know, how long do they really leave it like that? Sometimes they don't care. So this will be hard to cover. He's going to try to come into there with it. I would take... He would... I would take... He would take... I could still take... Kind of weird. Like, there's nothing good that comes out of this. I just want to get rid of that because it's threatening the pawn even if I try to move my queen at any point. Now this seems to be fine because even if you... Okay. Maybe I didn't even have to do that. I could have just done the same thing there. Getting kind of annoying now, but... Pass pawn 2, that should clearly just win you the game, but let's see. Only a +3, like we could still be fine, it's just... Go here, try to set up some rudimentary threats, maybe have to win a couple pawns out over the course of the game. These are at least strategically on the right color to not be too affected by it. Same thing, except he's going to be able to check first. Nothing I can really do about the bishop. In fact, nothing I can really move now, period. What a weird spot. Everything is actually just landlocked. I can just move different diagonals. I don't have to keep that double stack there, but... Weird. What an annoying position. Just incredible. Only +4. It doesn't mean they just win. Still not mate. Just gotta get that fucker out of there. Totally play around the bishop 100% of the way, which almost we are. Getting forked by the king, but this bishop is just invincible. 10-point value bishop, better than a fucking queen. King's coming in as if that should be necessary. He had seemingly better chances before. At least we finally get that bishop to move. Greatest benefit of it is just the ability to not have to move the king over and over, or something suboptimal, basically. Should learn my lesson when I'm in a good spot. I just really... He blundered. That's gonna save me the game. Give me a stalemate, dude. Please, please just do it, please. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't have. Man, this is where I fucking ruin it. Pretending like today's the last day, but I don't know if I can keep doing this. What is the level that we played at? 1200 versus 1750. So should I feel too bad for losing to a 1750? I'm getting a mismatch of 500 points. Like, what am I supposed to do? Of course, I do that a lot too, but it's just very weird. Now, if you take, I can do the sequence where I go like this, go like this. I don't know at what point you're meant to actually trade that. Of course, everybody knows that sequence because it's 1200. 1200 is serious business in chess. People study, read books their whole lives to get to 1200, apparently. You go ahead, you castle, and then you can trade at that point, I suppose. It does feel maybe a little bit weird, but... Now, if you took with the pawn, I wouldn't have maybe worried about it as much, but... Or even that I'm happy with too. He's as eager to trade as me, but then again, being white, you probably shouldn't think like that because you are more so the aggressor, so maybe it's not the best for him. We can get kind of the ideal pawn structure that I look for. So the only thing with it is just I'm dictating the way the game is going so far, but it's sort of still by his choice. Hard to say where this should even go now, but you know, you can always do that. Doesn't seem like a bad idea, but let's just wait a second. Move the king out of the pin idea. Yeah, that's kind of hard to deal with, I guess. You can try to cut off the head of the snake here and just, you know, remove the cover. And then once you do that, you'd be able to try to double target this pawn here. Problem is, if he doesn't take, then I'd have to double target that as well. So it's very, very stupid. Or now this at least becomes an easy target, potentially. Just take everything. How about that? Now you'd have to target this in some way. Let's just give the king a little bit of room to breathe. There's no super great threat here. You could just, you could cover it with this. You could just move it. There is the ability to do that, so maybe I should just move it. Okay. Okay. I go here, he goes there, I go here. Takes, I could simply take, he takes, I could take, he takes, I could still take. If he takes, if I take with this, what happens? He could take there. If I take with this, he could take. Now you're targeting there, but you can't do anything with it. The knight is in one of those positions that he gets in like every single time where basically can't do anything, so that's always very lovely. If he was to take, same scenario as before, if I'm not mistaken. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And now maybe I could do it the other way. Because basically, well, assuming I even want that, I don't know. Like, now you can choose because you won't be hanging anything. Still not up any material, but we kind of avert disaster a little bit there. Is it possible for this knight to just move and not be a liability? And that's a very rhetorical question because you know that it can't do that. There's just nowhere to go with that ever. I don't know. Knight's going to come in. He's going to be threatening there. Move it all the way up here, but then it's not going to do much for me still. Is there a way that it could come here and then still be useful for this? Of course not. Spent 5 minutes trying to figure out a knight move because it's just a garbage piece. Objectively speaking, too. Gonna move the knight to g5, and he's double threatening on h7. That's the natural expectation of what he might do. So is there a way that I could do this? You can't do that, otherwise he'll unleash into something. You do this, which sort of opens, or no, it doesn't open the king even still. Huh. You go like this to force the trade in such a way that you're attacking that as well. I already sort of had the chance to do, I feel like. I could have tried to trade that. Now he does exactly what I thought he would do. I could check. I could check. He comes up. It doesn't help me at all. Best thing is probably this, although I see some possible problem with it later. Or rather... I mean, it might be all you have, but still do that, but now you're forking yourself, so I'm not sure I really get it. Right, that could have been a, a big mistake. Okay. All right. Giving checks from that. Can't give a check now. You try to target that. You should probably be trying to cover this. Very difficult to do, actually. Can't take there. You can't give a check with the knight. Trying to target it here, but you actually can't still. Okay, now at least you lose the ability to check there, so at least you can threaten and cover both. You have that to go to. You go like this. Try to maybe start targeting pawns now. Jack. Nothing really from that. What is he gonna do? Like, he's gonna target there. Well, first of all, I can't even check. Maybe go here, but then he's already gonna be on it, but then I'll be a step ahead, I guess. If he checks, I don't see anything crazy that comes of it. 2 minutes left versus 7 minutes left. Okay. Keep just giving checks like crazy. But I'll beat him to it, so he has to do something about that first. You come here, you're attacking both. Like, if he doesn't move or does move, whatever is good. Move this, I take the other. Move this, I take the other. The threat on the knight is entirely superfluous. Attack is just kind of pointless. The knight's not going to back you up at all. There's just nothing. You do that as well, because of course the knight is just sometimes useless like that. It doesn't really change anything. You still have to move it. This could maybe hopefully equalize the one pawn. You would also be covering this one, even if he does try to attack it at the same time. So wait a second. Whatever. Okay, we can do that. Attack the thing. He'll move away. So it's like nothing's happening with this position. It's just a lot of back and forth. Is he gonna let me finally take something? What's happening? Wait, he's letting me take this. It felt like he could have stayed in line with that. That check is nothing. That's weird. Okay, we gotta go quick though. We gotta go fast. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Give some crazy check chain, but it's not gonna matter. That is weird. Actually, we gotta look at that in the analysis a little bit. Don't fall for the oldest trick in the book where you just, you put your thing behind and then it could potentially get double attacked. If he goes here, I could simply take. If he doesn't, I could take. If he raises, I can't take. Okay, just don't give him the check with the satisfaction of taking the pawn. So now... Or you're still kind of going to let him do that, huh? Or you can check here. And then... Try to take the other one, I guess, if he takes this. You'd think the knight should equalize for a little bit, but this could still end badly because you know it's not going to be like a credible attacking threat. If he takes, I can simply take back. Oh, I thought I blundered the knight. Okay, take now. You're trying to trade or you're trying to mate somehow with this, which you could probably stall it out pretty well. Right, like I'd have to gear it up to promote. That's actually a weird spot to put yourself in for sure. I don't know exactly why I did that. You can check here. Try to promote the thing. Go ahead. Keep giving a bunch of checks. I don't know exactly where this is going to turn into being too relevant, but you got to find a way to sort of ride the momentum of this. If I move up, that's not going to be covered. Keep giving checks to try to do that. It's kind of annoying dealing with the time, but maybe I should do it. Oh, come on, man. Come on with this game, dude. Who wants to play this game? Who wants to play it? Oh, fucking idiotic. You want me to get a draw 100% of the time, I'll do it. I'll make a career out of it. Is that what you want to see? Is that what you aspire to? Take winning positions and make them draws, though, so that makes it still feel like such a disappointment. But it's the correct way to play, I guess. And when you're that low on time, you shouldn't feel bad about it, but you can see that hesitation. Like, why is he hesitating? That's what you're supposed to do. But it's something that you cannot explain in the game of chess because people have no sense of honor. They have nothing. Like, I would rather lose than do that, but I can't afford to right now, so. Now, we don't have the pin idea, so this pawn structure isn't going to make a whole lot of sense, but somehow we'll deal with it for the time being. You can match that 1-for-1. To be fair, that one was looking like a draw anyway, but it's just, you know, somehow he gave up the knight. It didn't seem like he had to give up the knight. I don't know if I even reviewed that. Something's just weird about this, but maybe I'll reduce the bishop to a pawn here somehow. You know, kind of put it between those two. That can be useful at times. So here you would be setting up for a fork, except for that. As we just saw, take. But I still see it as being better for possibly me to take. So you could trade off a knight, which is always good. Attack it with this doesn't really do anything. Takes there, which is perfectly fine. You almost would want to take with that, but either way, you're going to want to move it back anyway, so. So you wouldn't want to leave the knight there just on the back rank anyway, so. Everything's fine with this position. Just got to develop, let's say, the darks for a bishop somehow. There is no pin play, and these pawns don't entirely jive with it, so I have to wonder a little bit what I'm trying to do with that. move the knight back, go to h2. It's a very weird move. In fact, doing me a favor to just help me develop that. I can't imagine. It could be a misclick. Be some crazy engine level line. Threatening the knight. I wouldn't even mind trading for that at this point. Putting it somewhere like this can be very damaging for them too. Whatever's happening, I might be oblivious to the danger myself though of whatever he's doing. As long as we can get in there, give a check. It's going to be a hard though. It'll just end up with a trade. You could cover back, but like it's tempting, but I don't really see it working. And then in that act of doing that, I might end up messing up something else. Right, like you could certainly stop it somehow. Maybe you can wait. You don't have to force it. You can go here. The bishop's not going to be able to be pushed out from there, so it's a similar value for it. You could actually take this, which I don't know whether there's a good punishment for me doing that. You could check, and you could take the ultimate bait pawn, because my queen would not have a cover there. You could just do this, and there's nothing you can ever do to push it out. So that has a certain value to it for sure. If you're able to do that, we just have to keep an eye out for the... Okay, what does that do now? Now the queen could take there, for example. And then this is setting up for, you know, sort of royal fork territory, which makes me uncomfortable. In fact, to the point where I'd almost be willing to do this. Just don't even let that be a possibility. Not that he's covered yet, or I don't know how he would even cover, because my bishop's always going to be there, but... That was an interesting pawn that he potentially fake blundered on d5. Oh no, I blundered my pawn, but then he unleashes. I mean, I'd be more than happy to trade, but there's no convincing way to do it. That's why I guess you don't do that and you go instead to the other side. Right, because there's nothing... Okay. He has a little knight thread. He has the rook. He's obviously can't do the take here. That doesn't seem to really do anything. If I take, my thing is still covered. Not threatening anything. Giving up even that one threat that he had there. Now the fact that the knight covers this is nice, and obviously we have the ability to try to promote that. It's going to be basically impossible to do that. Let's just try to see what he's going to do with the knight. That's kind of what I hate about chess, is if you analyze any game, let's analyze Clash of Clans to the extent that we can analyze chess, and you'll see how, you know, deep and complicated it could potentially become. But like, why, you know, why is that the way that you treat only some games? And so he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Something might happen that I can't take back if if this doesn't work out. Have to do it in the right order, I suppose. All these threats on the queen are not exactly the greatest, I don't think. At some point it's going to end up trapped, but I don't feel like it will. The reason why you don't take here is because you're giving him a passed pawn. And of course, I don't know how good mine's really going to be, but you can't really complain about having one. It's weird that he's choosing to, you know, just stick around here. Again, the problem is I still don't want to take for that exact reason. So what if I do it like this? Is there any other threat new that he's posing? He's only single threatening that, so I could take with the knight. This covers the pawn as well, so that's the key new threat. You always got to think like that. What new threat is being posed? Is there some old threat that's being abandoned or whatever? Simple 1 to 2 move calculation should be enough, but sometimes you miss it one move and that's all it takes. This is why these simplified positions are so much to my liking. Everything is covered. Everything is fine. Comes there. Now that could be interesting as far as this sort of move. I don't see anything crazy. He's posing like this, but the act of doing this should mean that, you know, you got to address the queen. You can't take, so that should be pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Even the check won't help you escape from that. You try to take the pawn, but then I would take the knight. I could simply take the knight, and then we're still threatening in the way, you know, if you want to trade, that's fine. Check on the back rank doesn't really do anything. But that shows you I still want to preserve. You could have taken with the queen to like take the threat off the table, which a lot of good players would do. But no, I'm still like, okay, please trade. Please try to simplify. Now you have 2 connected pass pawns. I have 1 pass pawn, or I have none. Okay. So it's not as good as maybe you would think here. We can go like this. And so it is covered by the rook is the only reason why you can do that. Otherwise, you would be able to not take. Now, between his passed pawns, we might actually have a bit of an issue here. But I've gotten away with just doing a lot of stupid threats on the queen that aren't really good. If we give a check, we have to be careful to come back, or we got to realize where he's going to be. He might not stay on that diagonal. So this +2 is weird because even though I have a knight, these pawns could be scary too. 2 connected pass pawns, totally on the other side. Time for the modding. Hey Stars, how's it going? If only there were people to mod in the first place. And caps lock, that's fine. So this is still the same idea here. And so basically you take here and then I can't take. I could obviously just move this. And then you can't really do much at all. If I was to give a check, then you could give another check. Then you could block. So you can't take as long as the rook is there. We got to watch out for the 2 pawns. This will somehow devolve into a draw still because of that, but it really shouldn't. I just don't have the attacking ideas to deal with this. How would you get there exactly? Takes like an hour. Like, yay, the horse has an idea. Just give me 3 moves unabated to try to just clown around here. That's the minimum of actually what it would take. At least our time is even here. Some of these people make me nervous when they, you know, when they basically seem so fast. I'm just gonna ignore it and hopefully we can deal with it later. You do it like this because he wouldn't take with the queen first, so otherwise might not seem like that good of an idea. But, you know, he would take, I would take. At least this should help me trade down, trade the rook, which arguably I might not even have wanted to do. But the thing is, you have to trade something now because you're pinned to the king ultimately. Even if you move away, or that doesn't even matter because you would just, even if you weren't, you still have to move it away and then I'll take. Time is fine, material is fine, position is not the greatest. Maybe I'm too fearful of those when I don't need to be, but takes back with that, which even that, ooh. Any other piece, just to be clear, any other piece you would do it, but I don't know. I don't know because, dude, I don't know if it can stop the 2, man. I'll trust it like it's any other functional piece in the game. And I just don't know if it is, dude. I just don't know if it is. Okay, now with the king's help, it may be okay. You shouldn't really be able to go in there though as much, should you? It devolve into a draw, but Lily's covering here. If I can just clean this up quickly, then I could be okay. But either you got to do it or not. Like, just come on. Okay, now what you have to do is find a way to pick off pawns while still preserving one of mine, which I don't know whether I can do that or not. Problem is my king just sort of gets taken out of it a bit here. You can draw this. Well, obviously I can draw it. I mean, I was saying I should win it. Yeah, even that's an accomplishment because of how shit the horse is, I guess is the point. I don't even know what's happening. Is there a way that I can even just cover one of these things? Like, it's so stupid. Fucking forget about it. Like, I'm sure you can still do it, but yeah, you should be grateful for a draw. Fucking stupid game. Just can't move it. I have to pursue the other one, but then you will be able to move it. Then the knight will take an hour to get back. At least what it gives you is the freedom to move something. Like, You don't have to keep moving your king back and forth. Or maybe I'll be able to somehow... Maybe I'll be able to somehow do it in such a way that he could flag, but could happen to me too. Like, you could just let the king sit there, assuming the knight can do that, but of course, the knight can't do anything ever, just to be clear. We can get a threefold repetition. There's so many things theoretically that you should be able to do. Just please flag, dude. Be able to take it now. I almost don't even want to, though. I want to flag the clown. Can't take. And so what if we body block this and then move the knight to every other possible position on the board as quickly as I possibly can? Because even if you were to do that, you could still draw it pre-move if it's a capture. Okay, dude. Like, what's the worst case scenario? You're not gonna lose. You could get a threefold repetition, but no, forget it, dude. Best option and rapid. I'm gonna flag it. I'm gonna flag him because I'm not playing for draws, dude. Not sitting here for 10 hours in a day to get a goddamn draw. Although I don't really know how to make sure this is going to be doable. Or imagine if I flag now. I don't even think I have pre-move turned on. As long as you don't blunder the knight, or he's going to somehow be faster then. Okay, fine. If it happens, it happens, but take the pawn. I mean, it's the same result, right? Gonna be always the draws are higher rated, because that's you're playing the game like GMs. 75% of draws. Fun game. 1300. What does the title mean? Basically, because I'm about to fail my permanent challenge, that's why I'm doing this. Like, I have till the end of the month, and I would only play on Tuesday and Wednesday now. And I probably won't have even an hour to do it then, so I may as well just do it now. If I do, I have to delete my account. And then I can't use it again for at least 6 months, and then I'll only play 1 day of chess instead of 2 in a week. Might be a certain relief, but even if I do that, I'll do it by choice, not because of that. They're playing these really weird openings in which they decide to, you know, really push the kingside pawns aggressively, which you would think still would be to my favor in a certain sense, but kind of weird. Very overly aggressive. King move is bad, you need to develop pawns. I think this is fine. I just feel like the way he's playing is really stupid, but you won't be able to take there no matter what. But whatever he does, I can just react with the pawns. Take the center, but isn't that white's job? almost hope that's one of those things they'll miss, but they're too good to do that. 1300s that they are. If you go here, I go here. If you go here, I go here. So it should be fine no matter what. And then basically I should develop the knight at least. Yeah, I'm even the type of player who doesn't take the center as white necessarily. So of course, if you think that's white's job, then you won't get to 13. I'm basically there, but I mean, I don't play like that. Even as white, I don't play like that. So I can't just change my style of play just like that. Go here, should be fine. So whatever these clown kingside pawn pushes are not particularly interesting to me. Now this is an interesting move because it's twofold. I could first of all just no, I could do this, and then if you take, then I take. How about that? Come on, do it. Just get rid of the useless horse so it doesn't hurt me later. This could potentially be a dangerous check, but not really because you could just leave that there for the later point of the game. I mean, that's only a pawn still, but it's kind of a crucial pawn that he went through all this trouble to basically... Would I have been able to take anyway? Take. No. So he solved one threat, but he created another. Yeah, that should be demoralizing enough to make you want to resign. I mean, even now, if you assume that he would take with that, but the problem is then he'd take with that. So would that ruin the pawn that I got? I would take, he would take, and then I can't take, but I could save the knight, right? Because I would take, he would take, I would still have a chance. Maybe this is just what he wants me to do, but I mean, I can't help but trade. But I'd still be up a pawn, so it doesn't matter. If I take here, he double stack, but maybe that's what he wants to do. But again, trades are... Oh! That's too fast. Did it way too fast. Only a -1 though. You blunder your queen, you're -1. Amazing. I still have a chance. No, see, that's why I'm not 1300, because I don't actually play the game. I'm just doing it like it's a joke. Which it basically is. Do that too, but I mean... It's just not really fitting. If I'm gonna do it, like, why even bother? Comes there, he attacks the thing. Double attacks here. So now if he tries to attack the knight again, I can cover it. Problem is, if I move the knight now, I'm in trouble. Attacks the king. He's going to create some kind of rarely seen triple stack. Which even that still wouldn't... Okay. I could have covered with a knight still, but... And of course you can attack there, so it's not going to help me much. We should try to block like that. Triple stack is called... yeah, why is it called Aleki's gun? Because probably he's the only person who's ever done it. As like in any sort of competitive or serious context. Willingly walk into it. He's got to pin it. By the time he pins it, I could move it, or I can't. If we get a stalemate. It stopped when I was closer to there, but how do I know when I'm going to go on good and bad streaks? I just wanted to do it today, man. This is trash. You're giving me a fucking stalemate. I had to take rook. It was mate in 1. Oh, he certainly didn't have to, but I mean, he should have. That's the problem with so many puzzles and things. It's like, even if you don't do the best thing, you still are winning, or it's still a good position. Some of them are obviously where it's more consequential, but... Now, here's what could happen, as I could tank in such a way that this is what I'm playing like now, and I should stop. But you know what? Pretend it's the last day. If I don't do it today, I'll basically just give up. I don't care. I mean, I'll still try it on Tuesday, Wednesday, but just so stupid. I don't even want to do this anymore. Even if I succeed, I think I'll just stop. I won't have time in the future either. Yeah, but I'm not going to play on those other days, and I'm not going to have much time on those days. Hover back like this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Or whatever, but it's 2 days because it doesn't matter. I can do it Sunday or Monday. Generally, I've done okay, so I just have to not make any obvious mistakes. If they win in some spectacular way, that would certainly be the minority of games, so it shouldn't be happening too much. But of course, we're getting draws in every game I'm winning, so that's really the fun part. You're up at night, but it's a draw. Try to do something with the pawns here. Just get the bishop pair. That could be interesting for later. This is normally a bad move to stagger the bishop like that. Either you're trying to get them both on the same side, or you're trying to put it there. G2 or G7. Let's just go like this, and then we can simply try to put the bishop pair out. Yeah, I'll even do a rare thing that I normally never do and skip my episode of Paladins, whatever my third format on today is. Even though I would still be willing to do it, I just not gonna rush. I could do one champion until I lose with them, since I was speed running it so much last time anyway. Go like that, I can simply go back. Should be fine. Yeah, everybody wants to castle queenside. This is the downside of doing it. Then in before I get trapped, but I really shouldn't because there's no way to trap it. Maybe back later. Have a good day and good luck. Okay, see you later. I'll be 13 next time I see you. Now he seems to be giving up another pawn. So this is the I mean, it would even lead to that threat too, but I don't get it. Gives up 2 pawns back to back. Make this easy for me, as Tess would say. I always hang on to certain lines that aren't like memorable quotes, but to me they kind of are. Just the way sometimes they deliver it. Like when Tess is about to die, she says to Joel, and I saw it like a dozen times plus at least, because I had a case where I was doing grounded permadeath, although I didn't try it that many times. Make this easy for me, dude. 2050, but you wouldn't need to be a 2050 to do that given what they did. Like, this is why you don't queenside castle. That's what this game teaches you. You never queenside castle. You forget how the pawns work, you forget how the thing works. Everything. Chapel of the Elders. When was it ever called that? Or maybe this is something else. I was thinking of Kozar Artifact Temple, but this might be a different song. Knights of Honor. Are you, though? That means that we're not going to draw. You might just be so good that I can't help it. Imagine being afraid of a 1360 in your life. Like, you may as well just not even play chess. Kind of a clown would ever be worried about that. Could be your first game of your life. Like, 1300 is nothing, dude. The thing is here, sometimes I'm afraid to, you know, try to push the center out too much. Like, even this I'd be willing to trade. I don't know that there's anything too good he can do with it otherwise. And then I try to like bring in the knight here instead. Sort of the knight covers knight connection. I can't say whether that's really the best thing to do here, but this is why it becomes a little bit annoying. I'm so reluctant to develop that knight. And he can't really take anything, so it's fine. It's been a good journey, but we just have to show something that I couldn't do the whole time. Just this one day, this one night. Prove myself right. Take my own advice. You go here, he could take, I could take, he could take, I could take, he could take. I don't entirely know what to do with that. If he raises one of these, then I'm forced to take. There's almost no point in doing that. I don't want to raise necessarily anything. If I do this, then take. But I don't necessarily want it to be there then. I don't know what I'm doing now. I guess I could be setting up for the D file. He would take, I could take. If he takes, I could still take. If he takes, I could still take. So maybe this is the move to make. No matter what the scenario, it's still okay. Those pawns on the other side should be basically identically stacked either way. Here I could take. If I wasn't going to do that, then what happens? Times being so trade happy is a real detriment. That's why he would want to do it. ahead, take here. Not really a big deal. You're not like up a pawn or something. I'd be happy with just even equalizing that, or you could turn it into a pass pawn, but then you're giving him one. You gonna be as trade happy as I am? But maybe there's something better out of that, but sometimes you're just not looking even for it. It'd be a brazen thing that you don't really need to be doing. Very dynamic move. You're posing a new number of threats. So surely he'll find the perfect move to get out of all of them because he's a 1362. Goes back. So now guess what I should be able to do? I should be able to take this. Also attacking the rook, which doesn't actually matter much, but the fact that it's pinned to the queen is almost irrelevant, but I love the fact that he just did that. I don't think he had to, or maybe he saw a threat that was even deeper and better than what I had, because that wouldn't have let me take for free. It would have just been a trade. Or maybe he's going to create some sort of mating sequence, but now you should go ahead and go here. This should be relatively okay at this stage. You go ahead, you trade in. He also had a fork, I think, with the knight there for a second. It's a little bit confusing. He didn't have to do that. There was no threat. It's not like I'm losing, but I don't get it. Everything was fine. He didn't have to do that at all. He could have just moved the rook. Right? Like, what's the threat? I mean, it might still not be ideal, but it's not that bad. It's as if you're setting up a threat, like, oh no, you would take this for free, but you're not. It's fine. So give me like 2 more of those. That would be relatively easy, maybe all things considered. Those are Ruins Main Plaza. They always have these that are just like you know, the beginning of, like in it's exactly like in Donkey Kong 64. Like, you go in the lobby and it'll play like the beginning part of the song on loop, or like a little remix version of the song. It'll kind of confuse you which is which. It's like the credits or post credits thing. Sik Ye. Go ahead and go here. Let's just take time every move. Yeah, Alex Botez coined the 10-second rule. She was saying like, oh, take 10 seconds per move, but I coined the 30-second rule, especially in classical games. Like, yes, you know, take at least, what is that? Oh, please, dude, please. You can do like this. You don't even have to do it. Assuming... Like, why should it be that hard to calculate? Like, is it really unstoppable? You won't even be able to go there. Like, I would take, he would take, I would go there, he would go there. It's like... That's one of those things that seems like a sure thing that he's confident in, but sometimes they'll just make a mistake like that that will be completely... He can do the same thing with the fucking knight too, but he can't. What a clown game. You should know that at this stage. You should know whether that's going to work or not. Just... Okay. It's rock, paper, scissors. Like, either you do the thing, you know the thing, you don't. It's very unsatisfying. Tagging there, which doesn't really matter. Although I wouldn't necessarily want to do that either, because I would get my beautiful V-shaped structure here. That this knight covers knight makes this a little bit ineffectual to, you know, you can't push the bishop out because of that clown pawn play. You can't even necessarily castle either. Go like this, and there is no bishop to acquiesce for. You attack the knight, which is not of much consequence to me right now, which I could say that at almost any point. You take with the bishop, but you don't really have to. Or that would give you the one leeway to do something else, which I won't even say because he's sniping me and he'll... Okay. Assuming that the pawns on this side are perfect, I'm assuming he's going to move the knight at some point, but that's how deadly the H-file can be. I think I played that maybe right, but it's just annoying. It's like the unwillingness to even calculate that. Like, I don't even want to think about what a stupid thing that is, but that would be nice to be able to, you know, basically open the king, but he's probably going to castle queenside anyway, or given his pawns here, I assume maybe not. You could rest the bishop back on the h5 if you really want. I just wish you could get rid of that. Maybe there's some way to make this more useful if I bring in the knight some other way. If he takes, I take, so I'd rather just take. Takes there, he splits his own pawns. I'm happy with that. He has only 2 knights, so he's made a real nightmare game for himself in more ways than one, even with this weird weird structure here. Trouble of it is, it's not like I'm attacking with everything at once still, so you're gonna go... Those stupid knight covers. Knight is just annoying. You're only single attacking here, but you can maybe come up with something later. This is kind of a nice idea too. Or I actually wasn't expecting him to do that at all. But actually that, well, it still doesn't work yet because you take. That stupid other knight. But the point is the bishop can just stay here and be annoying the whole time. Maybe we'll try to cut over to the other side, but I can't figure out exactly how to do it. This might actually be better. We'll go back to here, go back to here. Look how annoying it is when you let something get pinned. It's the most obnoxious thing you've ever seen in your goddamn life. And normally I'm on the receiving end of it. You can go ahead and go here. That would be acceptable. Or actually, I don't even have to for now because this is my first point. And then we can always cover it again later. So I think about what this is going to do. Take. I don't know if delaying one move would make that big of a difference. He's still pinned, though. It doesn't change anything. He's still pinned. So let's do this just to be extra sure, and then I should be able to do it. There's no way you're going to slither your way out of this one. Or... Wait a second. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. Are you kidding me? Well, the point is at least he can't initiate the take. So what if I just leave it here then? Keep your stupid king there, but then watch what happens. Sometime this century, maybe. Can't move the knight, you can't move the knight, you can't move the queen. Like, just sit there then. I'll just move my king back and forth and get a goddamn threefold repetition if you want to be like that. I mean, you would think moving pieces would be an integral part of the game, but when you're playing me, it's not because of how stupid I am at attacking at least. So if he takes the knight with that, I'd be fine with that as well. I'm trying to think, like, what more could you do here to make this threat? And I can't figure it out. I really can't. Let's just let him accept the fact, assume that I know what I'm doing, and thank you for that. I'm glad you made it worth my while. Now it's still pinned technically. You gotta beat the same threat like a dead horse over and over and over. I mean, thanks for the +2. I didn't see how to materialize that. He just offers it up. Berlin defense. I mean, it's still in that same position. So at some point, this knight might move, or he'll just sit there forever, or he'll bring this, but he can't even do it. Look at this, dude. Look at the pain I inflict upon them psychologically. It's just so annoying. The idea would be to try to move that knight away. I don't know what more I could do to press this threat though. I guess just the act of trading the thing would lead to the same thing. Or would it? You would take, I would take, you would take, I still can't take. I still can't even do it. Like, what is the benefit? What is the point? I don't get it. I don't even want to do it, but fine, I'll just trade. You go through all that. I mean, I'm all for the trades. I do appreciate them. Thing is, now you'd be able to take that. So eager to do it though. I wonder why. I have a pass pawn, you don't. I have a rook, you don't. I win the game, you don't. If you take, I can't take. Okay, it's still going to be a little bit annoying probably, but going to approach the thing and then take it. So it might be a little bit difficult to actually do anything with that. It'd be nice if you could get this, but I can't figure out how to do it. Go up to here maybe, and then only +2, so you still have to be careful. Now I'm basically giving that one up. I don't know how you would have saved that. Maybe I can figure something out on the other side here. I don't know. This one is so annoying, actually. Let me try to bring my king in, actually. I have no idea what happened there. I assume this wouldn't be that hard to take, but something... Much as I trash talk the knight, I shouldn't be worried about this, but I just have to be... There's one mechanic you have to look out for here is the fork, basically. Just look out for the fork. I can't figure out actually what to do, though. It's not super clear. Like, we should target it from here, probably. I just get too lazy and expect it to be too easy when I'm up. And that's why I'm always in that position, because I'm always up. Now here, you wouldn't be able to take it. That still doesn't matter, or that kind of would matter. But no, the point is you still can't take it, so you could take... Okay. You try to do it again. You still can't take. Not even trying to win it. I'm just trying to trade it, dude. Like, relax. You almost don't want to give the king too much mobility here, but you don't. He doesn't really have the ability to move up too much, so you have to go back. Try to attack this a little bit. Just don't get forked, which, of course, when you're that close to it, he's not even going to be able to check you, so... Or what you should have done is pinned it down first. Try to target this one. I kind of went about it maybe the wrong direction. This, and we could take it. So at some point we might be able to promote here, but it might just take a century to actually do it. Getting impatient in a format that I also call too slow to be instructive. Quite the oxymoron. That should be relatively okay. Too far for any fork to even be a possibility. You can't really come through, so I would love to see what you come up with the knight, because you basically can't even move it hardly anywhere. So now let me try to pick off some of the other ones. Going back to there, he's not covering it. He's not going to be able to fork. He's too far away. I mean, he could actually check there, but... Now, maybe I'm being too greedy by trying to hang on to every pawn like that, but maybe it's the right decision. That you can't even do. If you end Pisana, I can't take, so this is a little bit problematic still. Gotta watch out for the checks, watch out for the forks. You can maybe come behind it and then try to eat it up with the king. The king is going to have more impact in this endgame than the knight itself. Comes there, he covers the pawn. Good check, it's not going to do anything. I have to make sure he doesn't take one of those pawns though either, but it's not going to be super easy for him to do that either. That he's going to be targeting here. Don't move too fast. I still have time. Should be able to get that now. The knight is like one of those pieces you commit to do something and then you can't take it back. Right? You can't. Well, even doing that wouldn't be worth it though. That's one of the problems with it. No check, no fork, nothing. Even though that sort of defeats the whole purpose of what I was doing. Whoops. Well, it should be okay, I guess, but that one is a little bit annoying to be short. Okay. Now, can the knight really have much of an impact here? You can always check and sort of take advantage of it that way. Like the fact that now you block it. Now you're able to double attack it. I mean, now if you want to play this little chicken style, I can just push the other one though, you would think. Right, so even if I was to trade, well, it It wouldn't exactly work though, because the knight would still be there, and then maybe you'll somehow get back. The most frustrating thing when you're winning, what it takes to actually win is very tedious and annoying. It's not fun. Maybe they realize the folly of their ways, but you know, you mathematically, factually cannot cover that just because you have the knight. How it works. Just don't get forked. Just don't get forked. Which shouldn't really be possible now. He can check, but he can't fork. He'd even sack the knight for one, but I don't even need the thing here. Is the point. I could just do it with the rook. I don't even need to promote. Okay, dude. You serious, dude? He's serious. Yeah. Now, you can't fork. You can't do anything. Minute 23 left. You can drag this out as much as you want, dude. You can just have your moment. Can't attack the knight. You can't do anything, or I mean the rook. Jesus Christ! Like just the way this feels, like just feels wrong. Like this is not the way that you do things in life. Take. I could promote the other one, or you could take both, I guess. Now, do I know how to do this effectively enough? I tend to forget. Okay, just give me a second, dude. Fucking... I don't know exactly how you do it, but... I kind of do it like this, but then sometimes it doesn't work either. Like, you're trying not to give checks, but you're trying to anchor it like this almost. You're not trying to check, so I don't really get... Just don't stalemate, just don't flag. Still have places to go. Now you have to, at some point here, go here. Now he has the two spots maybe to go between, right? If you go here, and then you should be able to mate. Or, I don't know. Shouldn't it be? Okay. That one I'm not super confident in. In fact, I normally do it like a different way, it feels like. But the idea is keep moving the king and box him in, but don't give checks. Never give checks. Like, that's what it takes to win a game that you've already basically won. So, good, courteous, sportsmanlike people would clearly resign, even though I never do that. No resignations, please. It's a waste of good blundering. When we win, we'll be one short, though. It had to do it to me like that, huh? Yeah, just AFK out, just abort. You make my day, dude. Focus every move, best move possible. So now, developing the knight becomes the priority next. Brings the queen, which is an unusual move, to be sure. Double diagonal. Wants to cancel queen side, maybe. Or I guess the basis of that, the impetus of that move is just the fact that he wants to cover the pawn, of course, but it doesn't typically drive. Okay, now this is beautiful for me for this purpose. And the reason why is because there's nowhere you can go that wouldn't get taken by a knight. But there is. Huh. Okay, I'll wait. Definitely stop the pin idea. Definitely stop the pin that's impending. Impending, more like it. Focus, go over every move. Develop the darks for bishop. He hasn't developed the knight in such a way that he could trap my bishop in there. I am one space short of being able to do that to him because he could always go to d3. This, you don't technically need to cover that way yet, but let's just do it anyway. Brings the knight. Do the little pin idea ourselves. Let's see if we can torture him with this the same way. Coming down to an opening pin. That would be such a satisfying way to play the game. Either he's doing a different opening than what we're used to, or he doesn't know maybe opening super well, because that queen move was kind of weird. A little bit slow on the uptake too. Got to scan the pieces, go over them again and again. Never be satisfied with your calculation. That's a rule of the game. And now you're in a position where it's even pinned better than that, in the sense that you are pinned to the rook as well. The problem is you still don't get anything out of this, right? Because you would have opened the king, but now you don't, because there's nothing you necessarily open with it. But it's still pinned, though. That's the beauty of it. It's still pinned. So, like, if you take, he's going to take, and then that'll open an attack potentially for him. Is there no other way I can threaten this sucker? I almost want to attack it with the queen, too, but that wouldn't even matter, really. Take. Didn't really get greedy with it that way, but the point is I should be able to do it anytime I want still, just it's up to me. Definitely have to respect the pins, maybe in 10-minute format more than anything else, because it's very annoying to deal with. It just messes up your structure. But then again, if they castle queenside like the clowns they are, they end up maybe turning it into a positive where they get an attack on the king. That's a move specifically stops the queen from doing what it's going to do. But the thing is, if I do this, then it should guarantee what the queen can do. Or maybe he'll take in a different sense, but I feel like he won't. Because the idea here is you're just able to move the knight away. Yeah, sometimes they hang on to these threads for too long. It can be a bad thing, but move the knight back. You know, after all that, you might get nothing out of it, or it might turn into a good threat for them. How incredible. Takes that and said, yeah, I thought he might do that. I take here, he takes there. I take, he takes. I should just take this first of all. The knight is still going to be under threat at the end of it all anyway, and he quite frankly can't take that at all. Decent spot for the bishop. Can't even take the bishop at all. If I do this, or no, that arguably is all we were trying to do it for, perhaps. Just the fact that, well, let me think about it for a second. If you take that, it doesn't seem to benefit you at all. If you take this, it opens the king, but the king's not there, so it opens my king. So maybe I don't want to do it, or maybe I want to do it. Like, look at how I'm overdoing this threat. So what this means is now, or you could take this though. Talk about tunnel vision, dude. I'm overdoing it. Take with the pawn, you could take with the queen. You could cover with the thing. You could cover with the like I'm pressing the pin idea, but as annoying as it can be, I'm waiting for some bigger gain from it, and I'm not necessarily getting it. So now the pin is gone, and I won't even win a pawn for all my troubles. Going there could be very nice, but he would never let me do it. Got to maybe watch this a little bit, which is why even castling might not be the greatest idea, or you might have some means to do something over there. Now you're looking at trapping the bishop, which I wasn't really thinking about before, but just as we look at the side of the board. Threats are always there. The answers are always there. You just got to look for them. Sometimes it's not even that hard, but it's your willingness, your time. All these things are there. A little bit odd, or we can just do this. Okay, so now maybe is the best time to castle, even though I'm worried about the rooks attacking me here. His king is pretty open as well. Your opponent can't attack your castle if you never castle in the first place. The art of war. So only +1 after all that, but his pawns are a little messed up. But again, sometimes they know how to use that to their advantage in such a way that it's not super clear whether it's that bad or not. I should castle queenside here. That would clearly be the way to go. A little bit down on time, this guy. Shouldn't feel too overconfident, though, because of that necessarily. I don't know exactly where I want this to even go. Maybe be there. Or you could try to keep checking over and over again. I could block with the queen if I really had to. If he takes, I have plenty of options to take back. It just makes me wonder a little bit about something here. Obviously not the best structure if you're going to plan to castle, but I don't know if I'm ever going to do that or not. take, like I'm holding it off way too long, because then this becomes vulnerable. And so you could raise it. Takes, I take. Now, is that going to prevent me from castling? Well, either way, the rook would do the same. I'd like to, but this is that weird rule that nobody ever followed, even when we were kids, when I was younger. We were kids, but I was kids, but they were adults. But basically, if you cross the path of the queen, oh no, you can't castle, we would still just do it. Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever did that, or at least for many of the games. I mean, that position wouldn't always happen where, you know, it was doing that, but I feel like everybody just ignored it. That's a very specific rule that maybe a lot of people don't care about. I would take, he would take, I can't take. Yeah, see, what is that? Maybe I'm doing him a favor that way? This would be a little trade scenario. Can't say whether it's that good or not. I can't castle anyway, so it's kind of difficult. Kind of almost more like my old self today, a little whispery, mumbly, maybe because I'm a little tired, or maybe my tooth is hurting, or all sorts of scenarios that could explain it. So are you gonna trade or not, dude? Like, what are you doing? Being difficult, dude. You're being difficult. At least now, should I be able to castle, or you still won't let me do it? You can create some threats towards the king side here then. Can't give a check. You can't do anything like that. He's worried about these dinky little pawns here, but let's see what I can do. So we have some threats and going towards the king. I can't say for sure whether they're going to be that good or not. These are maybe not as cheeky as you would expect threats from the thing. So here you could just do okay, let's see. We could leave that there, pin it down. It's pinned to the king and the queen, a royal pin. Unfortunately, I have no way to really take advantage of it because you can't really push a pawn in towards it. Surprised he would even do that. Kind of tricky to figure out, but let's try to put a little pressure here. I could certainly castle, and I might live to regret not doing that. Like, look at how much firepower we have going towards the king, but it's just never that simple. Or this is not really even going towards it, but comes there. I could check. He could obviously cover it. Okay, maybe now's the time where you do this, which will clearly set me up for a very easy threat myself. You know, I start to feel pressured on time because I want to milk the time advantage that I have, but you should be able to... Okay, dude, you really think you're going to be able to do this? Even in the presence of my king that could help to try to take it down? I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Be looking for a double stack onto here. And if you go on the light square, that would be suicide because you would be inviting my bishop to join the party. Although it might not be that easy to do. The rarely seen triple stack here. Pin it down to the king. Very, very interesting. Alright. Some kind of check maybe. Stopping that from being an influence on it. Interesting. You got these double connected passed pawns. Very surprising that you would find yourself in this position. I don't know how this happened. I don't exactly understand, but can't really even. I'm very confused. You could afford to even sack. You got to use the element of time, I guess, to your advantage here, I bet. I don't understand, actually. I don't get it. To give the rook a way to come in there, maybe. My bishop is surprisingly not too good here. Or even that's kind of worth it. The connection was far more dangerous. Bishop comes in handy there, but how exactly do I bring a rook back then? I don't know about that, dude. I don't know about that. I have my doubts about it, but okay. I have my serious doubts about the way he played that part of the game. I'll just put it that way. You wouldn't be able to do it in 10 seconds. Surely you wouldn't be able to. Take it. 20 seconds left. We can still do. We can still do a mate. We can still do it. I don't want to over promote or anything here, but you got this. Okay. So he played pretty much at a Magnus Carlsen level at the end of the game there. If you actually look at that shit, what the fuck happened with those two pawns? What was that shit? This is why you study endgames. You got to give it to him there for whatever credit he deserves. What happened at this stage of the game? Look at what he does. Great move. Look at this. He's threatening. He's threatening like he's going to promote. Holy shit. What happened? These people literally go Super Saiyan at the end of games. They haven't even reached their final form. Here we go. Little kingside pawn thing. What an exciting variable opening that I totally don't do every single game. Now, what's different about this that I sometimes This is the problem, is that you can't really play like this because I would normally go here, but then you can't. I actually don't know. It's almost like you're meant to go back, but I don't like doing that. Go here. Uncover it. I don't like doing that. Why not just do like that, for example? I guess he'll walk into another threat of it. I feel like sometimes the right thing to do there is actually to go back, even as stupid as it seems. And so... go like this, you attack both. Comes here. And... really does hamper your development a lot. I don't know what kind of opening this is. King's Pawn opening, King's Knight, Elephant, Paulson, counter Gambit, of course, of course. Yeah, that doesn't matter too much. Not really even trying to do anything crazy with this. It's just, I would take, he would take, I would go there. Yeah, any act of him taking would be not good for him because it would allow me to get free development, let's say. Right, like I could develop the... I could develop something... I think that'd be pretty good, but I don't know whether this is allowable or not. Why is he even doing that? I don't like this development entirely. I'm even willing to do that to sort of settle the position down a little bit. I don't like the pin idea here either. And so basically have this constrained inside a bit too much. Would have loved it if it somehow led to a trade, or my whole dimensions are messed up, but I still fucked something up. Okay, fine. Okay, let's just castle and everything should be fine. Moves the queen entirely too much, or I'd be very happy with the queen trade. I'd be ecstatic, elated. Only way that could be salvaged is if you trap the queen in there, which I can think of maybe one scenario, but even that doesn't make sense because it would have to be like this, but you'd have to be covering like every other square there. You have to be covering every other square on the thing. I don't know how you could do that. Covered, this is covered, this is covered, this is covered, this is covered. Those two aren't covered. Where could the queen be that would do that? What happened? Obviously, the moment before victory is just most deadly. Look at what I just did, man. Fuck did I just... If it was at least a little room for error, but I just let it go so bad. Double attacking. I don't have to keep it there, but I kind of need something else to work with. That happened. Why would you think twice about doing that, man? Those are the moments that show you don't really deserve it, that I don't have it anymore. Whatever that was, the consistency, composure, I'll still do it, but that just shows you right there, I think. It's so hard to explain, but it's more relevant even than in chess, surprisingly. In like permadeath runs and things like that. Like you're just close to the end and then you fuck it up because you're too, whatever, nerves or something. Give me a draw, dude, please. I don't deserve to lose this. What happened, man? Get forked by the king. Come on, give me a stalemate. I was right there, man. Fucking shouldn't have a life. You should just play chess all day, 24 hours a day. That's what you should do. Study, study. These clowns think they're so good, they're so smart. No, nobody's smart. You get to 2,000 in your first week of playing, then I'll think you're smart. Such a clown game. Total egotistical clown show of a game. I studied a board game for 15 years. Ha ha ha, look how good I am. You're not as good as me. It's not the scenario here of this clown, but it just means that that's just the way the game is generally perceived. Yeah, give me a draw, dude. I deserve a draw. Draw. You got that crazy ex-girlfriend thing, right? Lonely girlfriend. What happened? What happened? Explain what happened. I mean, the fact of, you know, my desire for trades again. So we're gonna play this game very seriously. Very, very seriously. It'll still only give me 9 though, but it's okay. You don't have to pin down. You don't have to do anything like that. Could definitely trap it in there in such a way I don't want to allow, so. Then I'm going there, and then the bishop is going to have nowhere to go, which is an interesting way to do it. It's very different than what we're used to, because normally you're able to at least go here and check or something. It's almost like you're going to trap the bishop, and this side is going to be unsalvageable, but I don't know what else to do with the bishop. You still have to basically try to do something with it. Go to here. You can try to develop the dark square bishop as well. And so at least pinning one, trading one would be nice. If we were to go here, we can't actually do that, right? Because you have the double take. So that's sometimes hard to figure out. Maybe it doesn't seem like the greatest idea, but kind of a problem though too. Or rather, you would just have to cover this, and you wouldn't have to worry about the knight safety. Maybe you should castle earlier than what I've typically been doing here. Okay, that's maybe a bit awkward, but it's okay. Go like this, he'll be compelled to do something, so either that'll clear... Should be fine. Let's just cancel for now, and then we'll figure it out. I don't play nearly aggressively enough as white, and I don't play aggressively enough as black, even when I have an advantage. If I do play defensively and you know, sort of drag the game out. If you go here, it'll be sort of pinned down. And so the goal is to try to get him to take. And so I could take with the bishop. If he keeps going, it's okay too, because I would take. Either scenario is okay with me. You have this one odd pawn out. That's going to be a question mark. His pawn there is split, I guess, in the same way, though, so it's not that big of a surprise. I should probably take. He has his diagonal going towards here. Wonder if he can see this chat. I can see it, yeah. There's not really anybody in chat for the most part today, but so there is no unleash idea here. That last game was an embarrassment. Okay, if you take, he takes, but there's no unleash idea, so I don't know what I'm doing with this. 8-hour stream is crazy? Yeah, I've been doing. Yeah, I normally would do those, but I wouldn't do them for chess of all things. Just whatever, hard modes and stuff. Permadeaths. Like actual permadeaths. Who does permadeath runs of chess? I don't know, is that like a format that Hikaru and stuff does? Because if I don't get to X rating, I have to tweet my account. I doubt he would do that, but... Or he'll do like certain accounts, I'm sure, like that. Yeah, everything is good with this position. I just have to be a little bit faster. That seems like a random stupid knight move. Okay, let's not do that. Or just even leaving that that way is not what I want to do. Don't blunder the queen or something moronic, which I just randomly will do at the weirdest times. I won't do it for like 10 games straight, and then I'll do it when I'm beating somebody, you know, way higher rated, which I guess this guy isn't even. There's just such a sense of complacency with how much you play chess that you know, oh, you're on a good streak, you're on a bad streak. You shouldn't think about all that. You're playing somebody higher rated, lower rated, just didn't affect your play. So I don't really have much of a choice but to do that. Takes with the queen. Doesn't change my ability. I can take the rook. Just trading in general is to my liking, though. Wait, though, that doesn't matter. It's still the same thing, right? He's doing that like that's actually accomplishing something. Oh, look how sneaky my trade was. Or couldn't I have done something there then? Oh, fuck, I missed something sneaky. I could have done this because it doesn't matter. I still would have been able to take because I wasn't in check. Fuck. Amazing what a few seconds of calculation can do for you, huh? If you actually have the will or the desire to do it. This pawn is going to be an odd one out. Might want to go to the back rank even to do that. If you come here, I could block with the thing, with the knight. Then he could come here. Like, I almost don't even want to deal with any of this. But he'll come here and then I won't be able to do anything about it. The one pawn is just going to piss me off. The knight sort of addresses both threats. So predictable, but annoying nonetheless. Haven't gotten an octopus knight, it feels like almost all day, have I? This sort of position hasn't come up. They're not really all that rare, though. Gonna be some weird play, but I don't really know what it is. If you take, I take. If you take, I take. You take, so what? Or you'll end up like, okay, take, take, take. But it won't even be a check, so. Now, would there be some downside if I offer up the trade? You wouldn't seemingly get anything out of it. You would take, I would take back. Simple as that. Have to take every game seriously. That's what this has taught me more than anything, is just the discipline factor of it. Okay, that's cute and all, but you know, I mean, even if you were to go like this, like what are you really doing, dude? Can't do anything. I could even do this now with the cover of that, whereas normally that's a temptation. Instead of going there, then you could... Okay, dude. Come on. Still ends up kind of the same way. Surprised you didn't try to put the queen behind it, actually. I don't know whether it's what we're doing now or not. Nothing about this that is too crazy. Worst case, it would still be drawable, but that was a big mistake. A little bit lower on time. Gives a check. I could block with the pawn, with the knight. His knight can't do anything relevant to this. Have the rook. He hasn't activated the rook yet. I think, what do I want to do with the queen? I can't really decide. I could take the open file. Whole knight play is kind of more like horse play, am I right? Just a bunch of clown behavior. Come on, come on. Completely just gets it out of there. That could cause me some problems maybe later. Or at least he can't come back in. Maybe I should move the queen away, or the king away, so the knight can move too. 5 minutes, 3 minutes. He's coming back again. He'll come in there and he'll check. This guy, man. We'll go back again. Now what? You check there. I can't take. Back to square one again. I just don't want to leave this pin, basically, is the idea. He'll come there. I can't really do anything about it. Okay, just keep doing the same thing over and over. We'll get threefold repetition. Fine with me. Go to F3. Like, do whatever you want, man. Can't take it. Even this looks sneaky, but then he would just take. Okay, let's get a threefold repetition. Like, why people play like this, I don't know. I'm the one down on time, so at least I gotta hurry up. King can't move at all. I can't take that. Wait, what? Confident he can win in the rook game, but at least it saves me some time for all my trouble. I mean, I should be able to comfortably at least draw this sort of position. Let's see how he can target my pawns here. King has to be a little more active. Maybe that's why you felt the compunction, because my king is too far away to have an impact. So we can just wait. We want to put the king in a position where it stops the rook from coming in. So both open files are blocked in one way or the other. He's covering that, but now he's giving me that exact thing. So what is that? Oh, I guess just the fact that I could have potentially done that anyway. So if I take... I don't really have to take. I really don't have to. Might attack it from like the other way, but it's possible that the king should be able to latch on and do this anyway. Or way. Oh, was that such a bad move after all? Oh, come on, don't tell me, don't tell me. You could just choose to trade off this way, like... Or, you know what, the king is close enough where it maybe should still be able to stop this, no? He could check. He could check. I could not really come any closer to it. How would he be able to do it exactly? You know what? I should take the draw anyway. No way he should be able to win, but it'll come down to time then. I don't have the balls to try to do it. Normally I would, but... I'd love to see how you could maybe do this, which I don't know exactly how. Do some crazy pawn structure that just fucks me over. I don't know how to deal with that. Where my passivity hurts me. I don't know. Most of what you do here shouldn't hurt you too bad. Just don't get forked by pawns or something stupid like that. Okay, that stops that one from moving at least. I don't really seem to show much like desire to move, basically. Really have no idea. I'm just trying to move fast, stall it out, get a threefold repetition maybe. Go here. You'd be forced to take then. Like, should this really lead to anything? And the only answer why it might is because you'd basically be in a position where I mean, I'm sure he knows how to do this, but realistically, it shouldn't be anything. Well, the fact that it's by itself, though, could be difficult. Can't come through there, so I have to wonder what is going to happen here. Oh, yeah, threefold. Please, please. There should be no other move. You'd have to go all the way around and... Come on, just do it. Just do it. Just draw. Gonna come up with some Magnus Carlsen level sequence? I doubt there even is one, though. It'd take him too long to go around. Or yeah, just flag. Just flag. Make my day. Flag. Go. He's trying to boot up an engine. By the time it loads up, he'll be flagged. You're not serious. You're not serious, dude. You cannot be serious right now. You're not. Oh, come on, man. That's not how you fucking play at 1300. Be able to do some shit like that. I'm gonna fucking just stop doing this. I'm done. I don't want to even succeed. I'll do it just for the sake of doing it, but I don't want to do it anymore. It's not worth it. It's really not. The amount of time I put into this shit, I'm not doing it anymore. I'll do this one and then I'm done with it. Fucking just... What is that? What is that, man? What am I supposed to do there? I'm sure it's a draw. What the fuck is that? Go up to there, but like why? Why would that even matter? What? It's some sort of whatever. The fact that the kings have to move a certain amount. Whatever, I don't care. Do this. You could also check and try to do a trade off. The way that wins and losses are decided in chess is objectively just not fun. I don't even care like about any level of play or how good or bad you are. Like, it's gonna come down to some bullshit. Like, that's why even the world championships and stuff are like that. Every game will be a draw, and then Magnus will win in the tie breaks because of time, because he'll be faster. Like, that's really fun, isn't it? So basically, I don't know what to do with Darks for Bishop at all here. Let's just develop, I guess, a little bit. I'll just stay up all night if I have to. Like, I was so close to it anyway. I had done it. Just shows you I have no fucking killer instinct anymore. I can't do anything anymore. Just garbage, washed up trash. So I wasn't wrong that, oh, it should be easy to get here. I'm just a bigger moron than I thought I was. Here you're compelling the trade because you're still lazy, but at least this I can vouch for. Like, it's not really something you would ordinarily do, but maybe he thinks it's some sort of pawn play that I'd be going for, but I can't really say how or why that would be good. That, of course, gives him free development, but it should be okay. Now you're in a position where you're not really going to be pinning this down, so I don't know what the point of it is. Good question what I'm trying to do with the bishop. I really have no idea. He does that, you take back. You do like this would actually be pretty fine now. Problem is one of these pawns is going to be weak, and that's going to be the difference in the end game, for the simple fact that these people are end game masters and prodigies, and they study the game their whole life, and so they're able to just do anything they want. Like, why would you even ponder doing that? Why would that even be something you would try to do? I don't understand. When I do it, I would say it's out of a sense of honor, but clearly that's not what this game is about anyway, so. Trying to take the dark square bishop. Other than that, I can't really tell too much, so let's try for another trade. Never learn from these negative tendencies, but sometimes it's been working out okay. He's going to try to double diagonal with the queen. The knight isn't necessarily doing anything right away. I don't know what the purpose exactly of that move was to put it there. Calculate every little thing. We do have an octopus knight here. Or no. That would be if my knight was there. Let's just take it. I mean, I'm fine with that. If my knight was able to go there, that would be a game changer. So in one case, I don't want to trade, but it's going to be very hard, I think, for me to get it there. Just 1, 2, 3. Like, maybe I should try to do it, but I'm not entirely convinced. Could be very impactful, but quite frankly, I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's trying to do either. I could push him out with the pawn at that stage as well, so coming there, he's attacking the pawn, he's attacking this. You could certainly attack or cover with this. There's nowhere else, or you know what, it'd be a good opportunity to push this out anyway, though, since I was thinking about doing that regardless. Maybe not exactly the pawn structure I want, but he's got to go back. Probably not the move that anybody would expect, or probably not a good move. So that is adequately covered. The problem is this knight trade could still end up happening, but somehow now at least it give me a passed pawn, so maybe that would justify the act of doing it because I'm such an expert in converting those. Go ahead, we do the octopus knight, and that's important because it's just good to have that. It take him a little bit of effort to get rid of it. It could just be good. It's like whoever gets it first is better off, maybe. Other than that, I don't know. These pawns aren't really too good. I'm not a big fan of the pawns on the for the king because that opens up all kind of maybe checks on the dark square. But as long as you have these pawns, maybe that's okay. He's going into deep calculation mode, getting heated, wrinkling your brain at level 1300, 1200, Josh. That's how you know chess just isn't for you, but actually it is for you because that's how incredibly slow and tedious and annoying it is. Just study for 20 years and brag about being 2000, please. the young ones are always most impressive, because like if Karjakin's a GM at like age 12 or something, whatever it was, you know, you're a GM at age 12 to 15, then even if you studied every year of your life, every second of your life, it's still impressive, right? There's no cop out like, oh, you get to whatever, you're 40 years old and you do it, which is still good. I'm not taking anything away, but I don't like these 2,000 players being celebrated necessarily as much. Go ahead, you grab that. There's no reason not to do it. And we could leave it there the rest of its existence, basically. So now it just becomes a question of the pawns themselves as to what to do with them. I don't like this structure here, really, but maybe his is not much better. So again, you can't really always control that you're going to get an Octopus Knight or something like that when, but you can at least see it when it's there, for sure. You could already commit to this ahead of time, assuming he's going to trade in some sort of way that makes that beneficial. But he has no interest in basically doing the same thing. He's going to try another attack with the knight. He's double attacking there. This could be an adequate cover. Now we have to worry about these two anchors being not the greatest position in the world. Very concerning, actually, to have that, because that's very hard to cover both. The queen could do it potentially from there. If you come in, I take. If you come in, I take. Can't do anything there. So the thing is that let's just see what he's gonna do. Gonna probably do a very basic threat along the lines of just coming there. But I can't do anything immediately to stop. So basically, I don't know. It could be a good queen move to deal with it. I guess just the fact of covering this. Now he's not in a position exactly to take any of these pawns anyway, so it should be fine. Seems a little bit odd that I would do it like this, but fine. So let his knight do what it's going to do. Mine should probably have the last laugh, even if it's a passed pawn that I'm not the best at promoting. Got the pawn there, which doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but I guess the idea is you could do it like this, where you're trying to stop the knight from even coming there, but you're really not stopping it. I mean, I could always move back to where I already was. This has a certain amount of merit to it, I think. See what else we got. No forks. There's nothing good. You just got to leave the knight there for the opportune moment. It's the behind enemy lines piece. It's the clutch piece. It's the last second piece. It's the clown piece. It has many features and possibilities, and it's always a surprise when it actually does something useful. Kind of hard to say what I'm trying to do with this. If you could get the knight to move, you could get something out of it. Not entirely sure, though. You would take, I would take. Kind of hard to actually do anything with this. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of, you know, just, I'm not the type to really press this position, so we could wait for time. We could hope he makes a mistake. Played pretty solid so far. Yeah, anytime I try to go for something, it ends up biting me in the ass, so I better not. Very odd pawn structure by the king. But I guess without that, we might not have gotten the Octopus Knight, so it was kind of worth it. But look how we can just block off, not allow any open files, things of that nature. Even as weird as these anchor pawns are, I just have to not let him get through. Don't let the knight in. Don't do anything. Just gonna have too many anchor pawns, though. Basically, is the problem. Right, where's that beautiful V shape? Now we got like a zigzag. So he's either struggling or he's okay. So you go like this and then let him take. We could certainly do one here, or maybe I should ignore it and try to do something else. Which that's maybe a questionable one too, because it's gonna mess up my stuff even more. But since that wasn't already such an odd spot, maybe it's okay. If he pushes the pawn, I'm not going to take. There's no reason for me to take. It would give him an open file to work with, but I can immediately seal that up. You never really want to trade when you have the open file, because then it gives the other guy the open file back, and then you might not be able to take it back. Is kind of the whole idea, at least. This could be an okay move, maybe. If he takes, I could still take. I don't see what could be wrong with that. Covers the pawn there under threat. And now he doesn't. I have to assume he's capable of making a mistake at this point, but if not, then it's all part of his plan and I'll lose because of it. That one little pawn could be the difference in the game, or at least it takes the pressure off of me a little bit. Now I have to find some other answer here. The knight could be a factor for sure. So now you do this beautiful thing called a fork, and that should pretty much seal it, I would hope. Well on time, he's already -1. You should suffer from the fork. That's at least a good payoff for the Octopus Knight. Otherwise, I'd be hesitant to actually move it ever. Okay. Now, we wouldn't need necessarily like a high matchup. We could get somebody who just gives us 8, which could be somebody like in the 12 range or something. This has to be the last one, dude. Please, please. I've had enough. Just, we've been through a lot with this experience. Let's just do it. The fuck is this Orpheon thing? And why are there like a million songs for it? That might be the one you start on, but I don't even know what that means. Okay, 8. It's 8. It's 8. Now, even if you go here, I would be able to take, and then check there. So that's the logic of that particular move. Take, but then check, and then you can still take, or you can choose not to take, but if it's a bishop, it makes more sense. If it's a knight, sometimes you can play around with it a bit. We don't have to worry about the pin here on account of that. We haven't developed very well, but we've at least been able to... basically... you know, castle pretty comfortably. We avoid the pin. And so... I have to wonder sometimes about how I use the bishop, but... I do think we should at least try to use it. Some games I just resign myself to only having knights, which is very stupid. Now you have this ideal pawn structure. I can't complain about it. It's just a question of, am I able to use this? And I don't know sometimes exactly how to do it. Watch the queen. Watch the queen's moves here. Covering that pretty well. This is ideally where it's going to end up being, but we'll see when the time comes. You could end up blocking it with your own pawn too, which is part of what can be so annoying about it. Pushes it down, so this is again why I kind of doubt what is happening with that. I don't know exactly, you know, what the point is or how it's going to be good. You try to pick at them from here somewhere, but I don't know, actually. What else should I be trying to do? I mean, these knights aren't really doing a whole lot. You double push, I could still take, so it's not like you can push it out too easily. You come here, it's a trade, everything's fine. If you go here, that's adequately covered, more than enough. Just have to focus for a little bit. Let's see here. Gonna try to double push using that. And so I would take, he would take. I would take, he would take, and then I'd be forced to move the knight. The trade of the rooks would not be particularly concerning to me. Can't really decide. If I go here, it's kind of begging for the trade in a way that I don't need to be doing. But he would take, I would take, he would take. He's gonna have some kind of crazy unleash somehow, even though there's hardly anywhere to unleash it into. I don't really know actually what to do. Maybe just gives the knight somewhere else to potentially go, although I don't know whether I want to do that or not. He goes there, but he won't be able to even go there. Moves that away, so I could certainly take it. I'm fine with that. Takes the other open file, and he seems to give up on what potential threat there would have been for the thing here. Go like that. Let's see what we got. Go here, target that, but it's more than adequately covered. Let's maybe make room for the one guy, the rook here, and we could trade the other one off too, or we'll figure something out for it. I was sure he's going to try to take this open file, but he changed his mind. Not sure his use of the dark sword bishop is the best, but then look who's talking. Letting it get blocked by pawns. Like, presumably it might become useful later, but somehow you're supposed to not allow the structure maybe in the first place. And I don't really have a true octopus knight here. And the reason why is because he can still push it out with the pawn. I don't really understand the meaning of a move like that. I guess you could just do this. Nothing really too scary about it. You trade off the rooks, even though I generally wouldn't like to play that way. Or at the very least, he has to give me then the open file, which would be a weird decision. So he can just wait and let me try to trade for it, and that would be fine too. But either way, okay, he chooses not to do that. Does that impact anything else as far as the queen taking? Now, technically, I have the open file, and he can't necessarily take it back, because all he has left for that is the queen. Comes there, which is interesting. What is that going to do? You try to double take on there, but he's trying to take on there. We have the open file, and we have this covered as well, the anchor pawn, so the queen is going to be on that duty. Everything is fine with that. The double take proposition is probably misguided if you're going to try to go for it in a position like that. Now all we have to do is try to figure out what he's doing. Is he going to do something with the darks for bishop here? Some sort of double diagonal threat coming in. That makes sense. So now it's all a question of trying to push out the knight in the vein of doing that. But of course I could just take it, and that seems to be fine. And he was very willing to let that happen. Now it just becomes a battle of knights here, and I can't figure out exactly how to use it here. But now at least it's close range stuff, so he's gonna have to do something really creative with the knights. At least I have the variety and the balance of the pieces here, so presumably it shouldn't be too bad. Focus, put that there. We could attack the queen, or we could figure something else out. Something with this is going to have to happen at some point. He would be forced to take. Here he would trade. I don't know whether I actually want to do that or not. I don't know, actually. If you're going to do it, you could do it here. I don't know how good this is going to be. Here he'd be forced to take, but I don't know if I want to do that or not, because then these pawns are split. And doing this maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. I mean, if he wants to do a trade, he can do a trade, but I can't because of that. I don't know. I don't know. I can't decide. I don't know where, first of all, he's going with it. Nothing seems open to him. Don't have an octopus knight position. Still, he would check there, but I would still be able to take. I'm still kind of failing to understand it. He could take. I could take. He could do something, check. I don't necessarily want to be there anyway, though. For now, I'm giving up the open file flippantly. So now it becomes a question of what are we really trying to do here? It's just often a very common question. I can't figure it out, especially with the darks for a bishop. He's got the knight covers knight connection. This would kind of mess up his pawns a little bit, so maybe it would be worth it to do that, especially with the double take possibility, but we'll see. Try to find a useful spot for this knight, which is sometimes no easy task to do. Watch the knights. The knights can sometimes be the easiest and the hardest pieces to figure out and to predict. So just possible one of them might get trapped. Always a liability, a noose around your neck, a horseshoe around your neck. Come in there, but there's no follow-up play for that. Now let's just try to find a purpose for the knight. I don't feel very threatened by that move there. He might be stacking up his cover for the purpose of trying to prevent me from taking that knight, but I can't decide whether I want to take it or not. Comes there. Now, speaking of getting trapped, but I mean, it wouldn't be particularly effective anyway. So, I don't know what that does. He could put the other knight there too. Giving up the one threat on the pawn there. I gotta maybe hurry up a little bit. Gotta watch that the knights are not super close to my king, otherwise you don't have to worry about them too much. That's the whole beauty of it. Just don't get forked. Just don't get forked. That's the big key lesson here. Gonna move that, and then we got to consider the ability to. Can't really decide which would be better actually to do this with. Can't take there. We can just wait, go back, do the same thing again. And I still have to speed up because he's a little bit up on time here. It's a very minute thing, but it's good. Okay, maybe now is the time we're doing this would be acceptable to do. And so now we could take. He doesn't have any other threats. He can't check or anything. So now you could go ahead and do this. And the reason why is because he has nowhere good to go with the knight anyway. We have to watch it, make sure he doesn't pose some kind of crazy threat to me. And you could go ahead and maybe check here. I don't know exactly what that's going to do for me, but you could try to do it like this, but it wouldn't do anything because then you won't really be able to take anything after it. Let's give a check. I don't see much value in it, but don't have much time though. I do have to hurry up. Right, I do get the pawn here actually. Now we at least have a good side here. He's kind of giving up a little bit with this, but he might have a mating threat coming. And so I better watch it still. Has that capability. I could go like this, but actually I can't. I can go like this. Now the main consideration is the time consideration. I do have the passed pawns here, so I should try to promote. You have that capability. Perhaps this could come back in, but then you could take there, and then I can't take. I could go maybe like this and just hope that it doesn't bite me. Oh, I don't know. How else would I do it? How else would I do it? Maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine. Gotta hurry up. Gotta hurry up. Just hurry up. Just hurry up. Even if he forces a draw, maybe. Queen could come in now, and it would be relatively okay. So I think it'd be fine. Just the time. Just the time. Okay, okay. I don't see how he can even check me now. Come on, stop doing that. Okay, go like this. I don't know exactly what's happening here, but give me too many checks, although this could turn out to be something else. Oh, come on with this game, dude. You can't do it like this. Oh. That happened, man. Just time every time. Not instructive. It's not a good format. It's not just what I want to be doing right now. Yeah, do 3 full repetition now, you clown. I still have 4 passed pawns, so who knows what the value of that actually could be. Oh, this is miserable, man. I just give up. I don't want to do it. I clearly showed I could do it, but I don't think I want to. I mean, I'll be here the rest of my life doing this. Oh, fucking stupid. Yeah, 3-fold repetition, man. You're flirting with the idea the whole time. 30 seconds. on, come on. I can't believe how bad of an experience that actually is, though. At least if he was the one who was low on time, that would mean something. It would be stalemate, 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 stalemate. Please do it. Please do it. I got the +8 matchup that I wanted. Look how hard it is to mate with a horse, though. That was your first mistake. Oh, shit. You ask and you receive. So can I please just, for one game, can I just pull it together and just do it, man? Like, I was doing fine. I was going to win. So this game is so objectively solvable that even a low-rated player like me can taste that solvable nature, and thus you need time to equalize the objectively flawed nature of the game. It won't even give me enough, though. You go ahead, you cover back. Go ahead, develop nice and properly. Yeah, I made a mistake. It wasn't that chess is what I thought it was. It's that it's too time consuming. It has nothing to do with anything else. That's all it is. You do the 6 for 6. And people take like some sort of weird ghoulish pride in that thing, like how much they study and stuff, which is fine. If you like it that much, fine, but it's not what I thought it was. You have to understand the nature of a process in order to master it. So that's the absolutist tendency. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. We'll go like this and then try to double take it. Which you still wouldn't even be able to do, though. Why you gotta play these clown openings, dude? Why you gotta do it? Triple attacking that. Problem is I don't want to open that H file, so I don't actually know what to do with that. Very strange. Would effectively double cover it, and then he would have run out of options. Take still. It's possible that all you would need to do is this. So at that point, I don't know what he's gonna do. Had the chance to take the knight for free. Had the chance to like trade the knight. That H file is very deadly, though. That's a good logical razor just to follow in chess in general. Don't let them have the H file early in the game. If they have a rook there, if they could bring the queen there easily. Just generally speaking, if they're sacking stuff to try to get the H file open, generally they have a good threat there. I used to play piano as a kid. Oh, you mean the instrument? No, the Gyochi piano game main line, of course. Okay, so I still don't want to take here though necessarily. Now he's getting a little bit incessant with these actions here. Play crazy gambits and you get punished. But you have to be playing an actual proper caliber player for that to be the case. kind of back off the one threat. He's refusing to do the actual fried liver payoff of the 6 for 6 rook and pawn for the queen and the, I mean, for the knight and the bishop. We can still preserve the threat there, but I'm a little bit confused as to really what he's trying to do. Take that. Basically a fork, but not a very convincing one maybe, and is still leaving something to be desired here. But at least that helps to slow down the threat a lot. Should be able to take the bishop as well because he has nowhere to go seemingly with it. And so basically that's good. At least I don't mind doing crazy stuff like that reactively, like I'm trying to fork or do something. But when you initiate that, it is a little bit weird. They're threatening the bishop. I could maybe take that first, and then I could still take the bishop. So you didn't lose anything. Not too big of a deal. Take with that, which is interesting. Everything's fine. I can definitely deal with this position. Got to take it maybe a little slower. I sometimes go too fast here. Although you see what happens when I don't do that. No passed pawns. Nothing crazy is going on so far. You try to do it like this, or you could simply take a free pawn. That would be acceptable. He would take that. Take this bad boy. Can't take either of those. His pawn structure is kind of messed up a bit. Now, if the knight was to move, we could figure something else out with that, I'm sure. I don't know what to entirely do with the rooks here. Trading queens would be to my liking. So just if you move the knight, that should almost guarantee it, but he's not going to do it. Hanging there, I mean, sometimes the best way to go about that is just, you know, just move the king away. Not that you would necessarily even need to, because you could still do that, but... Takes here, it's fine. And so... Try to incorporate the rook somehow here. Kind of a weird pawn there on e5. Could be very bad, could be very good. How about you move the goddamn knight? How about you do it? But yeah, I could still do it. Move the stinky knight. I had to get forked by the knight, but again, those are not like good or bad calculation moves or something like that. They're just no calculation moves. You're not even trying. You could go here. He could take. I could take. He wouldn't be able to take. Huh? I don't know what that was. Okay. Let's just try to trade still. I mean, what is that? Threatening the mate. Obviously, you could go here. Doing some wild shit. Can't take. He can't check. He can't take the rook. I don't know, I feel like I'm messing up even now, but... Jesus, what was that? Okay, just move away. I can't figure out exactly where you're gonna go. If it was like the reverse, then this wouldn't work because you would have the queen going there and then you'd be mated. But because you can still attack the queen, there's some scenario where I made that mistake. Like I put the rook to defend, but it's defending from the wrong side, basically. Like you could still take with the rook now, but because I wouldn't be in check. So can we just do something here, I wonder? Like, even if I mess up my pawns a little bit, now I'm sort of desperate for a trade. He just won't let me do it. Can't take the pawn, even with the knight right now. This is where I mess up a lot, but... that is definitely my biggest negative tendency. You have to realize your strengths and weaknesses. Like, oh, my weakness is I don't attack, or I don't like to attack, and I try to trade too much. Wow, this guy, man. This guy is a very disciplined player. He just really understands what it takes to not trade and just do high-level attacks. Like, good for him, man. I just hope you don't flag, buddy. Now he switches it around again. Like, what are you doing, man? This, if he takes, I can't take. Now the knight is actually pinned, but he will never in his life, never trade a piece. He just can't do it. He's too good for that. I would try to trade there. It's not going to happen, so we can try to push that pawn with the double stack rooks. He wouldn't get a pass pawn out of it if he moved that. He would take. And so it wouldn't allow him to... it wouldn't allow him to benefit from it at all. I don't really see much that does here. Or it would allow the take like that. But you know what I could have done? I could have actually just... No. It would have... no, the check source would have still been the queen, so he could have took it. Never mind. I thought I could have still unleashed check there. Now I could do it. You turned down the trade, dude. You should have taken the trade, just like sometimes you should take the draw. And now at least I have plenty of time. Technically, that's not even bad, though, because you could just go here and block the check, so you didn't even lose the queen. It's just the fact that he had to trade it is what offends his whole existence so much, because that guy hates to trade more than anybody. 69, fitting. 1500, 1200. I thought you weren't allowed to put the word degenerate in your title. She has degen. Or like, what was the funniest one? It starts with a G and it involves something promiscuous, let's just say. I won't even say the word in case it's so sensitive. It starts with a G-I-G. This is the most random thing because I'm fluffing up Geralt from Witcher 1 because it's my first playthrough. And he's like flirting with all these women, so I call him a word that would fit with that. Here we go. Just focus, focus the whole way. Don't do anything fast. Don't do anything preemptive. And so basically just go here. You could do this, or you could also bring out the bishop. The thing you have to avoid here at all costs is the pin. That's one of my big weaknesses. Maybe I can still wait though. You're not going to do the fried liver threat. You're not going to do anything like that. Now you have the pin possibility. See, a lot of people would just castle there and deal with the pin because they're good enough to do that. I am not one such person. Focus all the way. Go ahead and pin that bad boy down, I guess. I have a couple pin opportunities. Let's see which one I want to take. Thing is, let's see what we got. Okay, this is smart idea. We don't want the same thing to happen to us, get eaten by the knight. The occupational hazard for the bishop on the queen side. Just go nice and slow, nice and calm. Not so slow that you flag, of course, though. That cuts off one pin possibility, but it actually technically doesn't. That there's no reason to take, right? It's always comfortable just to let it be where it is. It's fine. You could push around his bishop a little bit here, and that would allow you to... Why do I feel... Well, whatever. It's just trade. The presence of the knight there is relevant because... it would open the king if I don't take it. Oh no, I blundered my b7 pawn. Please don't take it. I'm such a bad player. I've been making mistakes like that all day long. Okay, now we can't actually even move that. We could just cover it. And so I don't actually know what sort of pawn structure we'd be wanting to go for with that, though. Like, you don't want to put it there anyway, but whatever. We have to move that. And then we can figure out maybe something. Trying to push the knight out. Nowhere good for the knight to go. Go here and sort of double stack in a weird way. You could go here and also do the same. This would at least maybe open the rook to the king. So I don't know whether I want that or not. Either way, it's a very ugly, unsightly double stack. But you probably won't do it because you don't want to do that trade. I can't really say which was better there. Probably c7 would be the better move. That could come back to bite me. There's no question about it. So now, let's see what we can do. He should probably develop his bishop at some point here. If he goes to b2, that would be good. Take there, and I don't see much of a reason not to, I guess. Now, you could try to use this double stack situation to push this a bit. If you go here, it's almost pointless because what he's going to do is basically just decide to, you know, put the rook in front. Yeah, this is where you should sort of push pawns. It's a good way to sort of insightfully look at the fact that, I don't know, you can kind of undouble through doing it. The act of him taking would undouble, the act of me taking wouldn't double, it would actually triple, but he kind of already knows that I don't want to take, right? That would be the general wisdom behind it. So if I don't want to take, I want to go here. And then because you're posing that threat, you would be granted free reign to do that. Trading mindset here for sure. Or maybe he's not. Fuck. Or he would do basically the same thing here too. Keep going back and forth. No, you have to be connected to this though. Maybe this is the only way where he won't bother me somehow. It's not really the kind of place where you want the queen to be, but what you need to understand is, okay, doing this would probably be good. I can't do it yet. Set up for some sort of stack with this, but it would cover there adequately. Everything is covered. Everything is fine. ASMR motivational affirmations for chess. Okay, that's a little bit problematic for sure. And so we can go here. Oh. What was that move, dude? Or no, the rook is covered, even though it's pinned, which could be problematic too. But it is covered. Everything's covered. Fuck, how do you know? How do you know? You double stack, but you wouldn't be able to use the double stack because it is pinned. If you take there, I can't take back. If I was to take, you would take, and then it would be okay, I guess. Leaving it pinned is a question. I definitely don't like it. I don't know why I'm doing that. You would think you should be able to at least trade for one of them here. It'd be kind of hard not to. Maybe trap the rook. Is he going to sack the rook? Gets a pawn out of it. Very fair. Don't fall apart and let him take a whole bunch of stuff. He has only one passed pawn as a result of it. Not the only one who can pin. What can he do? What can he do? Check's there. I can move. Take a pawn. Take and check again like that. Comes to there, he would check and force a trade, I guess. The idea that he could take focus, go there. Or wait. But he already messed it up. That was a good pin idea, so you could trade that, then I should be able to win, surely. Just don't mess it up, don't stalemate or something stupid. Just resign if you please. Though it doesn't matter to me, I'll win either way. You don't have to, no, you kind of do have to trade down because you're pinned to the king anyway. Let's see how dangerous some of these things could be. Probably not too dangerous. The little pass pawn here. Okay, good. We do get the 13. I wasn't too happy today, to say the least. But you have to do what you have to do. So, quite frankly, the reality is that the real threshold, even if you look at my page, is the fact. Like, look at what it does to you, dude. It's not worth it. But whatever. My threshold, if you look at it, is 50 rating increment if I hit 1350. Now if I go under 13. So I did say that if you read the fine print. So it's not like if after September 1st, technically I shouldn't fall below it and I got to play this seriously, but we got it. We're safe. I'm happy with it. And so Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm not going to try to fuck it up too much, but I did what I was supposed to do. Good night.